Hey. Hello, everyone. Please come here, come closer. And hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10th NAPA Baltic event, an event organized by Lithuanian Design Association. And we are happy to welcome everyone here in this room and those joining us through the Delphi broadcast as well. And today we have a double celebration. We'll start with the NAPA Talks conference and finish with the NAPA Packaging Design Awards at 6:30 in the evening. We will also have an opportunity to see the very best of packaging design of the year all in one space. And after today, the exhibition continues as Utopia extends it into their venue for the entire coming week. So please join, it's absolutely free, and you can see and touch the best of the best packaging design this year. We are especially grateful for the support of the Lithuanian Council for Culture and Vilnius City Municipality, who have helped to make this event possible. And this year marks a decade of NAPA, so that's a celebration as well. And we're kicking things off with the conference by diving into the question, what separates good design from great? And we will explore this through 6 presentations and 1 panel discussion that will take us behind the scenes of jury's work. That's pretty interesting, I think. And feel absolutely free to ask any questions that pops in your head throughout the day using Slido. You see the QR code visible on the screen. And now I want to introduce our first speaker, Kamila Korsakaitė. Kamila is a senior designer at N Studio with 8 years of experience in branding, illustration, packaging design. She originally studied industrial design, where working with physical space and objects are essential. And this experience, of course, brings an added dimension to her approach and has contributed to N Studio winning various design awards. So today, she will share her thoughts on how to maintain quality while scaling design processes. Please welcome warmly her on stage.
Hello, hi. Can you hear me well? Should I? All good? Yeah. Hello, I'm Camila, one of N Studio. Do I have a clicky? So I'm one of the senior designers at N Studio. Oops, nope, something's not working. Yep. Oh, yeah, here. We in Studio are a branding studio first, so not to talk about it much, I'll just show what we do, our work, because our work speaks better than any words, so enjoy this now. We're really thankful in studio to be recognized among other great packaging designers. So it's a really big honor for us to be standing and sharing our processes here today. And none of this work that you just saw wouldn't be possible without this amazing team, people that I really, really love. And we're very happy and never been as big as we are now. We're even 9 designers at the moment. So we do branding, we can do illustration, motion design, 3D design, and also packaging. And so our team also consists of 2 amazing guys, founders of Studio, Augustinas and Damas. And our work wouldn't be possible without an amazing team of project managers and the rest of the team that helps us with daily operations. And of course, our own and only our CEO and project director, Diana. So we're really happy to be all together. And let's get to packaging. So Studio is almost 9 years old. All this time we were doing branding really confidently, but packaging design came to our lives only in recent years. So even 4 of these projects were actually made in last 3 years. And at the moment we have 3 projects developing right now. So it's a really pretty new thing for us, but we're really happy about it. We love doing it, and we want to do more. And so, but working in Lithuania with mostly Lithuanian clients, which usually are small to medium ones, usually it comes with some sort of obstacles. And usually those obstacles means limited budget. And this limited budget may affects the production costs, the human resources needed to pack the product itself, the time spent packing it, and also the design, the time that you can spend on doing that design. So since I'm a designer myself, this presentation is going to be very practical. I'm going to share 3 recipes that we learned along the way doing our designs, and I'm just going to share them. And also, I gave this presentation 2 weeks to design students who were doing packaging design. And back then, since I'm sharing tips and tricks, I also shared a tip. So you should also learn how to prepare gradient in Pantone for print and all of the possible ways to do it. And I thought it's going to be fun for them because it's really difficult. We still find it very difficult to do that. And okay, it's not funny for you too, but so I'm not going to share this anymore. So, first lesson that we learned was that you should always trust your gut and feel free to trust your personal experience, because it may bring you the most unique insights to your projects and concepts. So this we learned by doing this project, our cutest project of all that we did, probably, because of those cutie eyes. And so this project also brought us the most of awards, which we are really happy about. And this project wouldn't have happened if our team, if Ona wouldn't have joined our team. Ona, at that time when we started, was 2 years old. She is Augustina's daughter, and we worked together with Augustinas on this project, and it brought really he brought really interesting insights. So basically, this project, the Wagga Wagga Kids, is a natural cosmetics. So a few years ago, Dimanta, our colleague, rebranded their packaging. So after that, they released their new line for kids. It's natural organic cosmetics for kids. And so they kind of followed the new branding system, but it was too bland, too soft, and not really standing out among other natural cosmetics for kids. So they asked us to somehow make it pop a bit better, just as their previous designs. But this came with few buts, and from the beginning they told that we can only use 2 colors to print, we can use the same bottles for all of the packages, and we can choose out of 3 colors for those bottles. But sadly, 2 of them were already used for the main product line, so we basically had only 1. So those insights that came from Augustinas that he brought from home with Anna. So basically, she really hated bathing time, bath time. So he said that you really have to prepare mentally and also bring all the possible toys, so make it less stressful for a child. So we thought, okay, how can we make Anna be a little bit more happy about it? So our thought was to bring characters, bring toys to the design, to the concept, and we immediately told that to the client that we're not the first ones to put faces on packaging. It's a pretty common thing, but we also said that we can do it in another like different concept, and also there's this, we motivated it with the phenomena called pareidolia. It basically means that people are seeing faces where they are there when they're really not there. So this means that people are really drawn to eyes, to faces, and really notices it, and it draws attention. So client believed that, and we went on design. So this was our first sketch. So basically here you can already see how we were trying to solve this problem that we have 2 colors. So we definitely need white, and we also really needed black to make those eyes like really sharp and contrasting. But then we also like cannot use any other colors for our new character that was called Berry, because Wagga Wagga means berry. And so we also said, like, if we choose a little bit different characters for every package, then those packages can interact to each other and in this way stand out on the shelves. Everything was great, and then we said, okay, let's remove that body. We don't need it. We can make the body itself as a character, as a toy, and we can make then those eyes even bigger. But then we needed some more like playtime in there, some more gamification, and then we came up with the idea to do stickers, because most of us really liked stickers when we were children. We used to collect them and stick them everywhere. So we thought we're going to do the same with these bottles. So we just drew a lot of stickers, we tried them out, and this is what happened. So basically, using these characters and those stickers, you can just make it your own, your personal. You can go play with your bottles, and you also play it in the bath. So it's plastic, but it won't get wet then in the water. And this was the result. And also, really funny thing, like everything was going really smooth except this small part. Like if we would have to follow the main brand guidelines, where the logo shown on the front side like stretches through the whole package on top on the both, then we wouldn't be able to have the front side of the package. Like at the smaller ones, we wouldn't be able to fit the logo and the eyes together. So we came with the idea to break the logo a bit. I mean, if we created those rules, maybe we can also break it. So somehow we managed to talk the client into it, and Demanta, who created that system, also approved. So we went with this direction. So this is the result, and we're really happy about it, because in first few weeks when the packages were released to the shops, it was immediately sold out, and people were asking for more, and even grown-ups really like it. So this was it. Yeah, you can see how many things you can do with those stickers. Okay, so another project that we learned, a thing that you probably already know, that good research does have the job. So it's the Basker Brewing Company. So their backstory is really important here, because Basker is a small family-run business which started a few years ago. started a few years ago at their homes. So basically they were doing their daily jobs, but they really liked beer and they thought like, maybe we can start brewing it at home. And they started doing it and doing it in the evenings after work hours. And so they were going through ingredients and recipes and they found like those great recipes that they really liked. They went to Europe to contests. They won awards for those recipes, for those tastes. Then they thought that they want to share them with the rest of the people. So that's how they came to us asking for label design. And so doing research was pretty easy actually for this for this case, because craft beer industry is so huge. There are thousands of craft beers and there are so many of them. So everyone is trying to be probably louder and noisier than the next one. So maybe that's why they use this many colors, like really crazy typography, psychedelic illustrations. And so we thought that we're gonna go like totally different way. And their backstory was really important here for us, for creating a concept for them. So basically, we looked at them as a masters, as a mathematicians or scientists of beer, finding those recipes, drawing formulas and schemes. So we took their notes as our main style reference, and we thought that let's put it on the package itself. So then we actually took graphite, we took charcoal, and we started drawing like many letters, words, separate and together. And this is part of the process. And then we stick them together. Maybe you can see that these are like separate words from separate tryouts. Then we combine them, and this is how we got their notes. At the beginning, we really wanted, like, our really big thought was maybe we can ask them to write those texts, but it just would have taken too much time, so we just did it ourselves, but they really liked it, and we did the same with the logo, till we got this result. And our first sketch basically looked like this. When we had logo, we just added some random text, random schemes, so that they would see what's the buy, where it's going, and then our second stage look like this. So we already have the positions where we put all the crucial information, also the story that we were writing about that beer, explaining what does it feel to taste that specific taste, and then the final result. So here, as you can see, backside really resonates with their notebooks, and it has written those taste notes, the story, and the taste map written there. So, and this was the end result. We're also really happy about it, and also applause to our 3D designer, Dovydas, who created these amazing visualizations, who even strengthens the taste of each taste. And the third lesson that we learned a lot, that sometimes there's no big answer, but you just have to do it, and the answers comes through the process, and it's really okay. So this project that we learned was Daily Spoon. Actually, it's not released yet. It's just going to be this June, this summer. We hope so. So it's a sneak peek that you're gonna see. It's just gonna be mock-ups yet, but we really hope to see it soon out on the shelves. So Daily Spoon is a Lithuanian brand that creates plant-based supplements for your gut, your mental health, your skin and hair, and also they have superfood ingredients that just helps you enrich your food with crucial vitamins. And so when we started doing research about this industry, we realized and we saw that not all, but really many of them looks pretty similar in the way that they all look very feminine, very soft, and very like using a lot of pink colors. And so when they came to us and asked and said that we're really cool, interested in Lithuania, but now we want to go abroad to the foreign markets, they said that their existing packaging that looks really DIY and also not, and also every package has like very different styles. This package doesn't resonate with the product that is inside, that is very high quality. So So they said, like, we need such packaging design that really resonates with the product that is inside. So we thought, okay, let's use more democratic color palette. Maybe we would be able to draw more men attention to take care of their health, and also the concept. We needed the concept. So we thought, okay, Daily Spoon, the name of it. So it immediately resonated us with this big red spoon, iconic spoon that we thought that we're going to use. And we just wanted to create this big red spoon that you would use every day with their products. And so this is the process, and these are like a lot of things that was rejected by client. But basically, for the first presentation, we've like so much believed in this direction. So we created packaging design, we created illustration and the shape, so which you use on your packaging design. So here you can see Mantas, our colleague, designing the actual spoon. Then we were printing it, even with the logo of the new logo of Daily Spoon. And then we presented to the client, put it in a red box and everything. We thought like, wow, they're totally gonna take it. But they said no. And all this job like just went for nothing. So. But luckily, we had another great concept. So this concept basically means that usually in supplements or in any food packaging, we have front and the back side. The front side who says says the name of the product, and the back side where is all the crucial information about nutritional value and ingredients is on the back. So we thought, okay, let's put it in the front, because if it's such a good quality product, let's just show it and let's just say how good it is. And then we started sketching. So at the beginning, we were told that all the packaging has to be the same color, and we gonna only put stickers on it that will be different. Later on through the process, we were told that, okay, now we can print the whole bag. You can also see I was still loving the spoons, which was rejected, but I was still trying to incorporate it somehow. So we were just going, and like trying to find the best composition to make it pop and modern, but also a little bit soft, because she was basically asking for soft. And then you also might think why at the beginning I said let's be less feminine, but now it's still very pink. It's because the client really loved this color combination. So we thought, okay, let's start with this one, and then let's just combine other colors next to that. So because we have this as a safe choice. So this is why it looks really pink. And then some more tryouts of colors. You can see various tints of pink and dark blue and so on. And we were just trying really many colors. Also layouts, but you don't really see them here. And also we did a lot of prototyping here. It's also not even a half of how much we had. It's still the ones that we have in the office in a bag, but and prototyping actually really worked well here with this project, because there's this very small package, like very small bag. So the client said the dimensions of the bag that they wanted for that package. So then we made a prototype, and then we realized that those dimensions are really inconvenient and uncomfortable to use, and it's just going to be very bad. And then said, oh, okay, so let's change it. So prototyping is really, really important, which we realize here. And all this led to this result. So here we have a package which backside has really nothing, and all of the information is right on front. And so we have a few different bags, and everything started with only 5 packages. Now we have, I think, more than 15, and and the end result looks really premium, not this much feminine, but like also men could use it. We also designed parcel box and cards and all sorts of boxes, and this new result really we feel resonates a lot more with a high quality product. So we hope it's going to be out here in NAPA next year, and also in the shelves this summer. So here's the comparison, and also what's interesting, like a little bit about like sustainability. So the previous packaging has had a composition of paper, plastic, and foil. And so we instantly offered to use just a single plastic bag, and it went really okay. She agreed, and I mean, it's plastic, but at least it's one material that can be recycled, so at least we have that. And so, to sum up, so basically, if you follow all these steps that we saw that really works for us, then you always know the answer why you're doing it, and you always can just go back and understand why every step was this important. So just always trust your gut, your personal experience. It brings the best insights. Do a good research, as we always do, and just do. So that's it.
Woo! Okay. Please, if you have any questions for Camilla, write them down. I have a first one. Camilla said that she don't want any scary questions. But I have one, a little bit creative one. If you could design a packaging design for anything in this world, what would you pick?
We were just talking about it. I think it would be nice for a wine.
Wine?
Wine label would be nice.
Wine label?
Yeah.
Do we have a wine brewer, like a wine?
Yes, please come to us. And studio really wants it.
Yeah, okay. And do you have any of packages you've done at your home?
What do you mean at home?
Like using the projects.
Yeah, of course. Coffee, like backstage coffee. Not backstage coffee from the last years.
Yeah. Really nice. So I see that's it. So one more round of applause for Camilla. And thank you very much for opening our conference today with such a beautiful designs. And now I want to ask Emilka Bojanczyk from Poland and a little bit about her. So she's the co-founder of Podpunk and Superscript with versatile portfolio ranging from branding to UX. She's behind major projects like, for example, the Identity of Warsaw and the National Museum in Krakow. In her day-to-day work, she deals with a wide and diverse range of topics, from strategy, branding, and packaging to infographics, interfaces, and interaction design. And her talk will challenge conventional wisdom in design with a title that says it all: Against Legibility. Please welcome.
Hello. Let's see if the slides work. The white one? Green, yes. Let's wait a little bit for the slides to kick in. Very nice to be here. I'm Emilka from Podpunkt, and I don't know if you know a sketch called Whatever It Is, I'm Against It. So I often have this attitude, and today I'm going to be against legibility, although normally I like it a lot, of course. But there are some reasons that it kind of went on my nerves recently. Okay, so let's see. So don't look, please close your eyes, everybody. Okay, so let's start. Recently I've been having some talks with clients, and legibility seems to be springing up a lot, and I had some thoughts I'd like to share with you today. We at Podpunkt, we really value a quote by Saul Bass that design is thinking made visual. So I think that the thinking aspect is very important to us. Whatever we do, we try to have a strong idea behind our projects. So, as was earlier said, we are a versatile graphic design studio. We do branding, we do strategy, we do packaging. We work a lot with cultural and public institutions, so it covers quite a wide range. But some of our work is also UX design, UI design, and even like creating multimedia and digital stuff. And so we dived into that as well, and I personally enjoy very much, I have a background in mathematics, so I enjoy very much creating systems and legible elements, and I got into this whole, accessibility notion that web content should be consistent with certain guidelines about how you create it. And I know that this is a kind of notion that recently has been very widespread, and I feel that it's coming, from UX design and from the digital world. We are having more and more of it creep over also to other fields of design, like branding or packaging. So I think in UX, accessibility and the notion of universal design, meaning design that is for everybody and appeals to everybody, is something that is very widespread and is considered like a cornerstone of good design. And I came to feel more and more that many people, our clients amongst them, but also many designers that I talk to, consider like that design should above all be user-friendly, should be accessible, should be legible, and should be in a way easy. And it kind of like got me thinking, is it really like that? And I think this is in a lot of ways driven by fear. And fear is, of course, not a good thing to be driven by, in my opinion. So this is a fear of not being understood, of not being considered user-friendly or friendly in some way, of missing out on market opportunities. It's a fear of risk. And legibility is a very big cornerstone of, not taking these risks, of creating something that everybody will be able to read. And, it's not easy to dispute the fact that legibility is a good thing. It's considered to be a very good thing in design, and I often also think that's very, very important. But I think that legibility came to be equated with obviousness, with easiness. Yeah? It's not legible if somebody has a problem with deciphering it. It's not legible if there is any mystery or double, meaning behind it. And with this, I do have a problem because I think a lot of design is really, about character, about giving brands their distinct voices. And if we value, I think design is often a kind of balance, finding the right balance between clarity and character, and they sometimes are in opposition. And if everything has to be very clear, then things become quite generic and very, resemble one another. So, generic design is risk-free. It's risk-free for our clients. So it's often the easiest path to take. But I, for one, am maybe encouraged with time more and more to fight this notion and to go back to design that also values character. So now I want to do a little experiment. I did it in my studio and it worked, but I don't know about here. I want you to close your eyes and think about what the logo of Coca-Cola looks like with the details, like what the typography looks like, what the colors look like. And now think about what the logo of Pepsi looks like typographic details. What does it really look like? Okay, and so in my studio, most people didn't really visualize the Pepsi one. It actually now looks like this, and it's very legible. I think nobody can dispute it. While the Coca-Cola one, now considered a classic in every way, of course, some people might think that the L looks like a T or whatever. It's not a very legible font. But it has a lot of character. And so, when everything is very legible, I think everything starts to be looking like this. And behind all of these logos, it's not to say that I want to diss them, but behind many of them, there's great, designers and great visual identities that really build great systems. But these are logos that are now, very common in the tech sphere, in the startup sphere industry, and they really have come to be very similar to one another. And I think we can ask ourselves the question if we want to live in a world which is more and more like this, or one that is more like this, where you have the diversity, which often comes at a cost to legibility, but you have classics that really stand out, and you remember them and you want to go back to them, even though they are often quite old. I love the Tate example. It's a logo that has been made not to be legible and then was remade to be even less legible after a couple of years, but it's great. But you can ask yourself also the question: what does it really mean to be legible? Yeah, and I think we often don't give our public, or the users, let's say it like this, the credit that their brains can really do a lot of work, and they can guess, they can solve puzzles, they can think, and it's often a beautiful process. So, there have been a lot of studies on legibility, there have even been studies that found that when people are used to the fracture, these were studies conducted on the German population, which was born before the war, and the studies found out that when you are used to something, you consider this font, the fracture one, as legible as an Antiqua one. It's just a matter of being used to something and wiring your brain the right way. There are also lots of studies that show that you can really subtract a lot of the letter and still retain its legibility. You don't have to show the whole picture, and it's still okay. There has been studies that show that if you cut out, for instance, the endings, then it retains almost 100% of the legibility. But if you cut out the middles, sometimes there are some problems, but still you can really hide a lot, and still the people will be able to read it. And well, this is my very favorite example. I don't know about you, but the upper half for me is like completely, I can read it just almost as well as normal text. Well, the lower half completely not. So it's also good to keep in mind that you can't really cover everything, but you can cover a lot. Yeah, so I think we should maybe reframe the conversation in design from what can we read easily. Of course, not in all design, but branding and design where you create a brand image. I think it's really from what we can read easily to what can we remember, what will make us remember. I think this is a much better question for brands to be asking themselves. And so as Milton Glaser said, there are 3 responses to a piece of design: yes, no, and wow. And the wow is the things that makes you remember, I think. So I've been asking myself often the question, what are the things that I remember from design, even from design history? And it's usually not the things that are very legible and very obvious. I think all of us need a little mystery in our lives, and we like to solve puzzles. I think this is a very common human thing. And when somebody does something that is not obvious, it really delights. And this delight factor, I think, is also something you should consider when creating, branding or packaging. Not only the obvious information that will be carried on it. So yeah, this is a beautiful example, 17th century calligraphy, I think German. Well, this is really lovely, it's Dutch and not legible. These are some more examples. The one is the 19th century, I think, Japanese, other Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, so Bauhaus. These are all things that I think we love to go back to when thinking of art history, design history, but they're not the ones that are, obviously the most legible and the ones that you can read the most easily. I think the elements in this that makes us remember are just exactly the elements that, are unobvious. So sometimes the illegibility goes really quite far. 70s, Wim Cruel. Yeah, this is, I think, a very nice example. It's Theo van Desburg, and who is known for paintings like the one on the right. But he actually could draw cows quite realistically, but it's not what he's remembered for, right? So. For me, like I do remember some logos. I remember the aha moment. Even Carrefour logo is, I think it stayed basically the same way from 1966, and I think it's not like the greatest piece of design I've seen, but in my opinion, of course. But it's one that is not obvious. Once you see the C, the letter C in the design, it's like aha. And then you won't forget it. So maybe that's the reason why they haven't rebranded, I don't know, but there's certainly something in this that is not obvious, but makes you really remember this logo. Same thing with a couple of logos from my childhood. So these are logos created in the early 70s or very late 60s, but were present in 80s, 90s Poland, where I was growing up. I don't know how many of you can read what letters are written here. Yeah, so I hear CNP, yes, and it's actually CPN, and it's like a very, very popular logo in Poland now. Nobody disputes that it's a great piece of design. It was like, I remember it from my childhood. It's very distinct, but I think that it's not obvious that you should read these letters in this way. It's just something that you learn, that it's CPN and not CNP or just N, and then you recognize it because it's just an unobvious piece of design. Similarly, a logo by Karol Śliwka. This is for the biggest Polish bank from also 1969. And I just personally remember the aha moment in my childhood when I understood that this is a coin going into, this place where you collect coins. And it's not obvious, but once you see it, it's just, you love it. And this kind of surprise is, I think, something that I love to go back to, and just remember it. I think we all like also to feel that we have solved a puzzle, and this is something that is also worth, using in design. Yeah, a couple of my personal favorite projects. These are cover designs by David Pearson mostly for Penguin books, like. 2010s, I think, and yeah, it was a whole series of covers, most of them pretty illegible, but in my opinion, really wonderful. You can find them on the web. They are really great. Going back to recent projects, this one is by Graphene from France. It's a visual identity for one of the districts in Paris, which is called the 20th district, because Parisians number their districts from 1 to 20, actually. And you can see that the 20 is hidden in the logo. The 20 becomes a G. In my opinion, it's genius. And, by playing like this, of course, this idea becomes a whole system, because you create a custom typeface and you can, incorporate it, and everywhere where you use this G, it immediately becomes part of this visual identity. So for me, it's really, really great. But of course, this G is strange, and we have often had clients that come to us and say that a letter is strange, when people equate strange with illegible, and in my opinion, that's simply not true. Like we are able to solve this puzzle, even though we're not used to this form of the letter G. One very recent example of branding. Actually, this is kind of sub-brand for Google, but I like that the letters are cut. It's like it doesn't look like all of the other very similar generic logos for startups. This is for a kind of sub-company of Google that does very speedy internet, from what I've gathered from the description. Yeah, but the logos, I like it a lot. And this is by Studio Najbart from the Czechia. Each year they do a visual identity for the film festival in Karlovy Vary. And each year they use the number of the festival. So this is actually the 57th but and it's not. I think it's not obvious from the very beginning that this is a 57. But once you see it, it's really nice and playful, and they were able to play with it a lot and create a really beautiful identity for the whole festival, just using this illegible 57 sign, and yeah, even extend it to gadgets and everything. It's really great. And this year is the last year was the 58th. And this is how it looks like. And so, yeah. And here is a very nice visual identity. I forget who is the author, but for a laboratory in Oxford, and the logo says HILO, so it's like, Heritage Innovations, or HILO. I read it HILO, but it's also, I think when you see this, just the logo, it's really not easy to read that it's HILO, but I think it really looks great and is very in sync with what the Institute does. For me, it's quite enchanting. And how they use this logo also, I think makes it really memorable. And yeah, so one of my packaging favorites, it's for a cosmetics company called Bloom and Blossom, and the way that they at once, one of the words is upside down, the O's aren't really O's but an ampersand, but at the same time, I think it's obvious what's written there and there's no question about it. So and it works so well when it's horizontal and when it's vertical. I think because of this upside downness of one of the words, it's really, really great. So in a way, this illegibility maybe even makes it more legible than it was than if it were written just in a normal way, let's say. So here you can see how it works out in the visual identity. And yeah, another example which I came to know when I was in the UK for a year, and I fell in love with this project, which was all around the shelves. But even I actually included it in my slides at the last moment, because yesterday we were walking around Vilnius and I saw it in a cafe here. So I know that probably many of you know it also. And we've very often had discussions with our clients that the product should be on the packaging, because people will not know what they're buying. Always afraid that people will not know, will not understand, there will be some kind of misunderstanding. Well, they don't even write. Sometimes they have this oat milk written, but in many of the packaging they don't even do that. I mean, people know. People have a way of knowing these things, what they're buying. I think you don't really always have to show this milk pouring from the bottle into the bowl of cereal for people to know that they are buying a milk product. So yeah, these are really, I think, very eye-catching and memorable, and of course they extended it to the whole series of illustrations, which are very enchanting and beautiful. This is a very nice one from recently reviewed on a brand new website. I don't know if you read it, but and in the comments underneath, this is a visual identity for a kind of incubator for artists that are into digital stuff and tech stuff. So it's at once artsy and also digital techy, and I personally love it a lot. But in the comments because it was on the brand new website in a review, and there were many comments that said that the special fonts that were created are not legible, and it's not legible overall, because they do use kind of very illegible fonts in the system. But once you can on the website, once you hover over it, the font changes into a different font, so you can just kind of play around with it and try to guess what's written there, and then change it into a different font that maybe will be more legible. So I think also this aspect of a little bit of mystery that you want to solve, of not having it all before you hand it down to you on a piece of silver plate, or whatever the saying is also an aspect that makes you remember later. Like, I was playing around with it, I had this aha moment, I guessed it, it was nice, yeah, and it's satisfaction. This is a very nice branding. Maybe it's not like a perfect example of illegibility because I think most of people would know that it says Tilt. It's a cosmetics brand for actually designed in a way that it's very easy to grab and handle the cosmetics. It's with kind of accessibility in mind. But the logo, you know, it uses a kind, you know, a redrawing of letters, which is definitely quite funky, and in the opinion of many of our clients would be considered strange, and by strange they mean maybe somebody will have problems or will not be sure if it's a T at the beginning. Well, I for one think that it's not a very big problem if somebody will have this moment of hesitation before knowing what is written down there. This is how it works on some advertising posters. Okay, I don't know how, I think I went very quickly and now I'm going, nearing the end of my talk, but maybe hopefully we'll have questions. So this is a project we recently had, and we received quite a lot of comments, even from the design industry in Poland, that it's not legible. It's a logo for, it says M and K. It's for the National Museum in Kraków, in Poland, one of the biggest museums in Poland. And the museum actually has 18 branches, so we were, you know, the main challenge in this project was to create a branding that could at once be have a common umbrella for all of the branches, because until then, each one of them had their own logo, but at the same time, each branch can have their own little piece of, you know, autonomy, because these branches are very, very different. They range from, I don't know, old coins to contemporary art through industrial design and some, I don't know, antique sculpture and Renaissance painting. Like, this museum really has it all. So we created a system which I will show you in a moment, and which was like, people were complaining that it says XXX, and you know, but overall, it's been 2 years since we've introduced this visual identity, and we even have comments, like people walk up to us recently, even at a conference in Georgia, I met a person who said they've been to Kraków and it really stands out. So it's quite a satisfaction to be validated after a couple of years, especially when at the beginning the reception was like, oh, XXX. So this is what the logo. Also, I'm a very big fan of the notion that, you know, the graphic symbol doesn't have to say it all, right? Some museums just have like I don't know, a statue or a piece of building in their symbol. So like this one has this, but underneath you have the name of the institution. So take a look at what it looks like. I think there was sound with this, but we don't really have to play it. Okay, so this was all of the design, and so yeah, so more and more I come to the conclusion is that, of course, not everywhere, and of course, you know, UX design and accessible design is a very important part of designing, and I love legible infographics, or, you know, the information that is also a part of the packaging, and design should be legible. But I think often good design is something that makes you think, and I think this is becoming more and more important nowadays, as we have to compete with AI and more generic design, because AI is really something like, it takes an average of all design available, right? And it spits out an average. And it might often be quite okay, but I think for the time being, it's not able to think of those, mysteries or those little puzzles or those ideas that can really enchant and delight our audience. And this is something for us designers to stick to, so we don't lose out in this competition. So I think this element of thinking, we should really be able to believe in our audience and convince our clients to believe that the human brain is quite a capable mechanism still, and is able to solve these little puzzles like hidden letters or unobvious symbols. Okay, so that's all I have for today for you. If you have any questions or would like to get acquainted with our designs or leave any kind of comment for us, please do so. We love to have feedback after conferences and after speeches like this. So it would be really very nice to hear from you. And I'm very open to any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And of course, please use Slido to write down any questions you have. I'm a designer myself, and I was wondering that I think all of us designers, of course, always want those brave, authentic, very unique, unique designs. And at the first, clients want them as well until they see the design. And then they're like, maybe that's a bit too much. So I have a question, maybe you, in your experience, how do you sell the weirder and stranger designs and argument that they will stick eventually? Yeah, maybe you have some experience in that.
Yeah, so of course we try. It's a trial and error, and often you can't sell it. But I think showing examples of others who did something strange often works the best, because once we know that the fear is an element that is driving them, they don't want to risk. If they see that somebody else did it, then they see that it's maybe somebody took the risk, so maybe let's do it. Unfortunately, it is like this, that most people don't like to be the very first, although if there is a success, then they would like to feel that they were first, but we don't like to open shut doors. So showing examples of good design, even going back to history, I think, or classics like the Coca-Cola one, or I think this is helpful in convincing our clients.
And we have a couple of questions in Slido. So the first one is, what color palette would you choose for branding milk?
I myself am quite bad with colors. I like, I don't know, white, red, and black really are my favorite colors. But I am a very big believer in adjusting all of the design decisions to a strategy and the main idea in the branding. So this would really very much depend on what the main idea for this whole branding is. And so I don't have, I really often like to fight the notion that you have like a milk color and an egg color, and this is not like blue is not a food color and black is not a beer color or whatever. I think that once we challenge these notions, it's very, very good, because like I believe in the human brain for solving puzzles, I also think that if we want to buy eggs, we will buy them even if they're in blue packaging. And this is actually a real story. We managed to create this, but the client was at first very fearful of this decision.
Thank you. And one question about inclusive design. Studies show that disability is on the rise and societies are aging rapidly. What do you think about it in terms of a good design?
Yeah, so I actually have a lot of thoughts. I won't be sharing all of my thoughts with you today on this topic, but I do think that, as a society, we have developed ways of coping with different needs of different people. For instance, we might have a staircase and a ramp and an elevator in one building for different needs. But in design, recently, especially in digital design and UX design, there has been this notion that one product, one way of doing things should be good for everybody. And And this, in my opinion, is quite a mistake. I think that you can have, even, for instance, we have worked with accessibility specialists who recommended that if we do a website, we can have one with animations, all of these things that are considered inaccessible, but there should also be a big link and button to a different second version of this website for people with special needs. And similarly with people, older people who need bigger fonts, we've designed the documents for a big telecom in Poland. They were just other versions of these documents that would be sent to these users. So I'm not a very big believer in having one solution fit everybody.
So thank you very much for your speech, for your answers. And round of applause once again.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And now we are moving forward, and now going to a little bit north, because now we will see here Juso Siltanen, and he's a lead designer at Verklik, a holistic brand design agency based in Helsinki. In less than a decade, he has worked with cultural actors, retail brands, industrial companies, crafting identities that resonate, of course, and endure. His work has earned strong international recognition with awards such as The Aligned, Best of Food, Red Dot Grand Prix, ADCE, and others. Today, he brings us a talk titled, Where's My Chair? Where's my chair? Okay, I wanted to do this joke. It's lame. I'm sorry. About a story about leaving comfort zones. So please.
Okay, does this work? Let's see, thank you for the introduction. I need to start immediately because I have a lot of screens but not so much time. So let's see if this works. Same problem, Figma. Okay, now there's already video spinning there. No. Okay, so let's begin. So, it's an honor to be here. My name is Juus Siltanen and I'm a lead designer at Verklik. And also a short introduction about Verklik, and I think the best possible way to show what we do and who we are is to play this showreel. So, let's see if this works. And musica. Okay, thank you. And what our CEO often says, that we do everything from food and dildos to nuclear power, and actually that's true, we have done both of those and everything in between. And here you can see some of my colleagues. At the moment I think there's 12 of us, 6 designers, then strategy and also project management. But Verklik was founded 2008 and it started as a basic graphic design studio, mainly doing visual identities, but also I think some advertising. But at the moment, everything we do starts with the strategy work, and then the design work follows. And we are based in Helsinki, only in Helsinki, and at the moment we are also working with our own new strategy, and we are playing with the concept of Nordic brand alchemy, but that's still the work in progress. But what we do, we help clients to cut through the noise and common presence, because at the moment there's like millions of brands, so it's a bit hard to get to be noticed. And also next phase is to understand or translate that idea of Nordic brand alchemy to something visual, but that's still something to wait for. But back to the presentation, where's my chair? And that's the name of the presentation, and I have to admit that when I was asked to keep this presentation, I went to Google, I searched for the earlier presentations from 2024, and I saw the stage, and I saw that there's no chair. And I immediately felt that this is somehow a bit more official, and I understood also that that chair is somehow my comfort zone. That I sit most of the time when I work, I create new ideas, I draw, I sit. Even when I present my works for the clients, I sit. So this presentation will be also like a reminder for myself to sit less. But let's go back to the time when I was young, before Verklik, and I sit less then. I didn't sit that much. So you know how that goes, that life is all about the play and curiosity. And I mostly used my time in a forest building something. But also one of my favorite places was this park close to our home that was full of these huge concrete giants. And later I understood that actually the best thing was that these giants were not like moving. They were these kind of like steel elements, but they forced me to move around them. And same time like using my curiosity and imagination and building my own creativity. And about same time, this is actually, I started collecting cans. And this is, I could say that this is the first touch point to package design I had. But every day after school, we went from trash to another, trying to find that one can that you are missing. And I think in the end I had like 200, more than 200 different cans. My mom hated this because every time when I went home, I smelled like a homeless alcoholic. But I still have those cans. And now I understand that they are kind of like also extension of the time that I was living in, which makes it more interesting. I also collected labels, but the action was missing. That was boring. But soon that like kind of like curiosity or the form of that curiosity changed to something else. And we moved from the forest to this, we moved to the abandoned buildings. And this was one of my favorite one. That was like a huge, and you could use your whole day there. Or actually, that place was also full of rat poison, so if you used your whole day, you felt really dizzy in the evening. But also the graffitis came along. But then you have this moment in your life that you have to take that curiosity and that creativity and to do something with your life, and this is a quote by my mom. So, I first studied graphic design in Finland for 1 year. But then I felt that somehow the design world in Finland was somehow already like established and maybe too safe. But I moved to Tallinn to study and do my BA. I went to Estonian Academy of Arts. And there, the thing was different. The design world was somehow thriving. It was still like close in, the Soviet time was still like a close in history, I could say. And that was like a huge playground. People were just like, there was no rules that could not be broken. People were just like trying new stuff. I even remember when the school started and they said that we are not going to teach you how to use Adobe programs, we are going to teach you how to think. And all the assignments you can do without the laptop. But actually at some point, some guy came and we had this lesson. They showed us how to hack the Adobe programs, but let's not blame them. But immediately when you open that laptop, you go online, you try to find the inspiration from Pinterest or something, and you go back to school and you show your work and you will hear this. This is what my teacher said. It looks nice, but we have already seen this. And for me, this was kind of like eye-opening moment. And after that, I concentrated creating like a story and narrative around what I was doing. And actually then also work changed. I did some weird stuff. I went to the middle of forest, took photos of these guys playing this live action role play. I made a short documentary about this Finnish guy who's Santa Claus in China and who have this like a world's largest traveling water gun exhibition. Even when I made a typeface, I stayed away from the laptop, took this old clock, opened it and used those parts to make the font. And even I stayed 1 week in this open prison with the inmates, just trying to understand what is the connection between person and space. But then you have this moment like, I have all these tools, but I don't know how to use it or what to do with those. But when I joined Verklik, I found out this like a new way of working using strategy. And this is the framework that we are using. And actually, same time, I understood that all those tools that I already have are kind of like recipe to create brand. And it is about storytelling. It's about this curiosity that is driving us to understand what the client wants or client needs, because often they don't know what they want. And it's about this the curiosity is somehow like the foundation of creativity, which we use then to create something that is unique and meaningful. And it's also about asking questions, or right questions, let's say it like that. It's about understanding the current state. It's about understanding the competition. It's about understanding the history, but also the future. And it's about those values that like somehow guide our brand expression, how we behave. But it's also about that like a special place that makes us unique in the hearts and minds of the people. It's also about telling stories that people can relate to. And like our creative director says that stories need to have roots, meaning that everything that we do needs to be based on truth or something that is real. And then actually let's say that strategy work kind of like helps us to reveal those roots, and then you can grow that beautiful tree on top of that. Okay. But it's not only about package design. I think we have done great work, I could say, with the Kyrö Distillery since the day one they started. But it's not only about package design, it's much more. It's about this small village called Iso-Kyrö. There's the distillery, it's old, like a dairy place. And it's also about these founders of Kyrö Distillery, like they didn't know what to do. And here they are like running towards that like unknown. And then when you leave that chair, you can find these small details that you can later use to create or emphasize that story. Example, this old memorial stone that we used to create the Napua Sons. Yeah, it was Battle of Napua, and these engravings are from 1920. Or this Iso-Kyrö emblem or symbol that we found from the church wall. there's bear hugging a tree, but we took that as a and used it as a seal of approval. But there's now seal hugging a bottle, which is like part of the Kyrö, this kind of humor. But it doesn't end here. It goes to everything. Is there sound also here? Okay, this is not needed. It's not needed. It's short. Yeah, sipping some summer gin. So this same kind of humor continues. But when you have this, you have a nice package, you have a good product, and then you have those stories, it makes it possible to grow. And at the moment, I think these products can be found from cocktail bars from Tokyo to New York, water dropping from there. But also the whole Kyrö distillery, it was born in a sauna. So it's normal that now they have this like a limited edition whiskey called Sauna Stories. But also here, this kind of creative work doesn't stop when you have designed the label and we have this new good bottle. But we also go much further.
It begins at a small but formidable rye whiskey distillery in Isokyrö. Meet Mikko, one of the visionary founders behind Kyrö Distillery Company.
Like half of the Finnish population, Kyrö was born in a sauna. Instead of rules, we had freedom to choose our own traditions.
Meet Kalle, master distiller of Kyrö.
We always start with Finnish rye, and in this case, we finish it in a Finnish sauna.
Wait, so you actually put the whiskey barrel in a hot sauna?
Barrels, yes, but also Kalle. He's been there for a while. The sauna is an integral part of Finnish culture, and now it's part of whiskey culture.
Got it. Finns heat up the sauna for the people who matter most to them.
10 years after birth of Kyrö, we present the world's first sauna-finished whiskey.
Introducing the world's most relaxed whiskey, Kyrö Sauna Stories, finished in Jamaican rum casks. In a sauna, naturally.
Yes. But also, we built a sauna in the heart of Helsinki. And there's also pop-up bar. So everything for this one product. But let's move on. When I started preparing this presentation, I found out that there's 32,000 images on my phone, 4,000 videos and 10,000 screenshots. And I had tens and tens, like almost hundreds of images of construction works and work sites. Now actually at the moment it feels a bit autistic, but I also found out that I had the whole timeline of this one building from the day that they start taking it down until it's almost ready. Like almost the time they will take this wrapping paper away. But then I stopped taking the photos. And somehow I understood that actually I already know what that building will look like, and that's not so interesting, at least for me. Same, you know how windows are, but when the window is broken and it's taped, it becomes almost like a painting. And all these images from my phone, and I think when things are not exactly like they should be, it becomes more interesting. I love also this when there's like a human-made elements and the nature meets. If I can take some of this to this like a design I do, I'm happy with it, and if the client buys it. Or example this, they paint the whole trash blue, but then they left the inner part like it's not painted, and then you still have to lift the cover. So I think it's much more better, or it's better than the normal one. Or when the toilet paper is not straight but more like a zigzag, or when this watermelon looks like an ornament, or when this statue is wrapped with plastic. I think that's interesting. And when we did the identity for Sitco Pizza, I think we managed to take some of that ideology to be part of the identity. And actually this is what the owner of the pizza restaurant said, that I want you to sprinkle some punk on top of the identity, spice it up. So we started exploration, like what is punk? We went through this like huge amount of different signs, different subcultures, vinyl covers. Also, when we went to the restaurant, we noticed that the owner actually let people to carve this, like with knife, the tables while they are waiting the pizza. So we took all of this and connected it as one. But we wanted to keep the dough actually like the biggest element, the one you see from far. And then all these kind of like subcultures and like different ingredients of pizza are surrounding the dough. And then it was time to take photos. And we understood that we already know what pizza actually looks like. And everybody knows, and that's not interesting. That's the same with the buildings. You already know what it will be. So we took, actually now there was a statue wrapped with plastic, so now it's wrapped with dough. But we took the dough and we played with this kind of like stretch, because Sitco means this kind of like stretch of the dough in Finnish. And we took all these elements that maybe you wouldn't pick in the beginning or the first element, or normally you don't see these two elements connected together. And also some dramatic photos of ingredients. And here you can see all the elements, how everything comes together. Also these carvings from the tables and that. And but there's also video that I want you to see about all those elements. Yes. So, yes, we didn't have rules that could not be broken. And it would be nice to show you more projects, but sadly I have to end with this. And here's the owner of the restaurant wrapped with the dough. But I need to submit that, let's say that maybe the Kyrö is now the nuclear power of booze, and then the Sitco is the wooden dildo of pizza. But what connects these two projects is kind of like the freedom and trust between us and the client. But it's also about that creating those stories, and it's about the play, and it's about this curiosity that like drives the creativity. So have fun and sit less, and maybe you can create something that, at least for me, feels a bit better than only good. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a question. What is the weirdest place you got a good idea for design? Or maybe some strange object from your camera roll inspired something real?
Wow. I don't even want to go there. I think, yeah, that's a hard question. I think the it can happen whenever, because those small things can be wherever.
Fits together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hard question.
Yeah, but it's really interesting to see that you need to see those small details, because everything else is like pizza. We all know how.
But at the moment, actually, I saw that my Pinterest is full of like I think we live in the dark time, and everything there was like kind of gray. But now I have like a lot of colors. I have like so much images about butterfly like wings close-ups. So maybe those colors are super. Yeah, okay, that inspires me at the moment. Butterfly fly wings colors, okay.
And have you seen anything interesting in Vilnius?
I haven't had time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But
So,
hopefully I will.
Yeah, hopefully we will. Okay, let's see if we have any questions on Slido. No, everyone are going through their camera rolls.
Okay, that's good.
So thank you very much.
Okay,
and,
thank you.
And here we take things seriously, so now we will get 5 chairs on the stage. And we heard a lot of stories, and now I think it's really good time to have a conversation on the stage. And now I think it's the first time we will have a jury on the stage who made a really neat job picking the best of the best packaging designs. So please welcome on stage our jury members, Juozas, George, Emilka, Maya, and moderator Mantas Velykis, to discuss how to judge packaging design.
And we also have Pedro Mesquita with us. So. Jump in. We have space, I think. Okay, so you already all had the opportunity to see what's behind you, all the shortlisted work. Yesterday we spent almost half a day, right, with all these packages in the dark room, without food, just with coffee, no fun whatsoever. So any regrets after yesterday? Afterthoughts, like we had probably some weird decisions made? No? Anyone?
We didn't sample all the beverages.
Oh,
That's exactly what I wanted to say.
All right. Okay. Do we hear you? Okay, good. So first up, I just want to ask first impressions, especially for the jury coming from abroad. Maybe Pedro, overall opinion, impressions, what you saw. General feelings, is it bad, is it good, is it mediocre?
No, it was good. I think it's like a good impression. We have like lots of work on the contest, different approaches, different language, but at the end I think we done a good job, first of all, and I think what we did was like looking very well to each project and try to understand the context, and also like the time and the knowledge that they put in each work to do the best result.
Emilka, maybe something to add?
I think there were lots of great projects, and discussing them with fellow designers was really a great joy. I always feel there's little opportunities to talk in our community, so it was really very nice. And congratulations to all of the winners, but also to everyone who participated, because the designs were really nice.
Okay, just a quick mention. If you will see your work on the screen, because we will discuss some of the works you liked. It doesn't mean you won, just to be sure. It might get lost by one vote, but just someone liked it and wanted to mention it and to discuss about it. So we can actually start with Emilka, right? And the Tervete gin, which we didn't taste it. It might get improved, the vote, but so your thoughts, why you liked it, what really was impressive in here, and yeah, just...
So I really love this project, and it's one of the ones that I loved on the photos, but the actual product didn't disappoint. And what I love about it is that, you've got these trends in design. A lot of designs are really modern, hipster, very, design thinking designs where you have geometric forms or cut-off letters. And this is all very great, but at some moment you are getting used to it. And there's also a lot of designs in the alcohol industry where you've got going back to the roots, very traditional typography, which is really greatly crafted, and it's very nice to see. But this one, I think it goes its own way. It just shows a beautiful illustration, which is very unique. It looks like hand painted. It looks like an aquarelle. How should I say in English? And it's painted on a bottle, and the typography is simple, but it somehow plays very, very well with the illustration. So I think overall it just makes you want to drink the gin, even though we didn't get the chance.
Yeah, yeah, of course. I also loved that during the judging, everyone was picking up the details, how we printed this. Is it 3 layers? Is it 1 layer? For me as a copywriter, it was really some kind of nonsense in a way, but it sounded really, really cool. Another project you guys liked, and especially George, I think, was Lynx Monadas, the cannabis lemonade. So why, except the CBD part in the drink?
What do you mean? I think Joseph covered everything because it's breaking the rules. This is why I liked this project. The typography, the form of the label, it's something we don't usually see. It's a project that it's totally breaking the norm. And especially if you think that it's going to for champagne, which is another category that it's usually very, premium and with gold and typography all set up and perfect. This is totally challenging the norm of the category, and I really appreciate that. Very, very much. And also the detail and the work and the effort they put on the typography of the logo and combining all the elements and all the little details, like example now that you're spotting this little animal there, or it's something that it is very appealing, especially in cells that probably they are pretty much the same.
Yeah, I think the discussion was that this is entering the category of sparkling non-alcoholic drinks, which usually is kind of similar to champagnes and all the sparkling wines.
They're trying to get the norm of the category, but this is breaking the norm. It's pretty good.
The challenger in a way.
Yeah,
right.
And that's true.
Yeah, so next up we have another challenger in the category in a way, and Juozas, you want to talk about this one? So this is the ice cream, which is also doing something good.
Yeah, so for those who did not read the shortlist, this is a project self-initiative by the design agency, and they made these ice creams as a message, so the packaging as a message for the women's right, that no means no, so it's like a message. They have, I guess we read everything, they have a small ice cream truck. They're going to the events, they're promoting this idea, and I really love the discussions yesterday because firstly, you guys were judging the design, the illustrations, and then we started talking about the good cause and can we judge design because of a good cause and vice versa. And then so the message with this is that packaging and in design is also a tool which we can use not only the first mission of the packaging is to protect the product, right? And the second mission is to differentiate, to sell, and so on. And this is other thing, that the packaging and the design is used as a tool for a good cause. And yesterday we also discussed about other projects in this, and maybe you guys remember, here we have Ingrida and Ernest in the back. A few years ago we made a project Cute Cure. It was also there was no actual need, there was no brief, there was no actual client, and it was created for a good cause. So The message with this one, that design and packaging, design and these skills by design agencies could be used as a tool for non-client briefs and for your own initiatives.
Yeah, so basically the product is the message as well. So yeah. Anyone wants to chip in how we are turning products and packaging into platforms doing good?
Yeah, so a few years ago also there was this tampon book that actually ended up making changes in the law. So also a different kind of packaging. For sure, it is important to still think like, how are we using it? Like, how are we putting the message very obviously on the package, or is it kind of subtle, and is it more through communication or connecting to people who come to the ice cream bus? Like that, those are the things probably to consider, whether it's like loudly understood or it's more a conversation starter.
And all in one line, basically connecting all together. Next up is coffee. So Maya, you wanted to comment maybe on this one.
Yeah, seeing this work and obviously some of the other great works, it's really
no
spoilers at all. But yeah, just when we're creating designs, whether it's packaging or a whole branding system, it's always really nice how the initial essence of the idea can then go through every little detail. So this was an example where the illustration was made out of the idea of raindrops, and even like the coffee, how strong is the coffee is related like with the illustration, and all these little tiny details just connect the story throughout. So those are the projects that we really love to see, how the thoughtfulness goes through everything, and and we love that there are clients who allow that to happen.
I think that a lot of handwork was involved in this one. Do you think that AI will replace this kind of work, and we will see more of it?
Well,
I know it's a cringe question.
I think I remembered yesterday there was somebody who said that AI will never be late for a meeting or get drunk or something like that, and I'm quite often late. So I really
mistakes are a human feature.
Exactly. So there's so much creativity that happens through mistakes, and I think that's what we need, the character, the soul that we as humans can put in.
Okay, so one of the flaws of the people that we are smoking, so I'm jumping into Fum Parfum packaging, which resembles cigarette package. So Pedro, you want to talk more about this project?
Yeah, I think it's a great project. I think the meaningful and that idea of the starting point of the project was like creating like a perfume, but in somehow could be different. I love the packaging because it's like idea about like a symbol that you can use it, but it's not like we are not discussing if you can smoke. If you can smoke, it's nothing about that. But it's using like a perfume as like a pocket, like you can use it like a perfume that you have in the pocket. And but the other thing I love it was like how can you mix like cross ideas about like that, like thinking about like a packaging, but in another way you go a little bit to like a fashion language, and how can you work like the packaging, the glass and the brand with some approach about like fashion, like a straight and a bold type, and having like some kind of careful with the application of the brand to have like some space to be cool, to be like in the right spot, and to have like the best way to present in every shop or every situation that can be there. So for me, it's like a nice project.
Yeah, and also in the description they mentioned that Fum Parfum means through the smoke, and it connected all through the story on the packaging. So really nice, nice work. But we're only giving the compliments now. Now let's talk some shit about the work they entered. In the room, we had some discussion about the the thing when you're judging online, when you're seeing only the pictures, and when the package arrives and you see it in the room, and it's like, ugh, what the fuck. So let's talk about that, actually, how to present well, and we had a discussion that there is some underdeveloped packaging which arrives, and in the pictures maybe we see some better stuff. So, George, maybe you want to critique on that, how people should enter next year.
It's something. It's a spoiler for my presentation, so I don't want to comment.
Okay, but just sneak preview.
Okay. Just joking. We always see a tendency in the latest years for the presentations of the graphic design agencies to become more and more attractive and more trendy with motion design and 3D graphics and music and video, which is really very, very engaging. But I believe that sometimes they are turning the attention away from the real idea and the real concept. People like us, we are, visual designers actually, and so we tend to be attracted from impressive visuals, and especially for young people and the young generation that it's scrolling actually, and I like it, I don't like it. It's more that the philosophy and the attention span is very, very short. This visual approach in the presentations actually is very impressive, but I think sometimes we are missing the point. So we have to stop scrolling and try to find the real idea and the problem that the design was called to solve.
Mm-hmm. Emilka, any comments on that? When we see nice pictures and when we unwrap the packaging and it's nothing similar to what we saw on the screen.
So I do actually also have mixed feelings about this kind of arms race that I feel is happening between designers to like pimp up their presentations to the maximum and put it, put the logo on the socks and on the tie and on the and
all the merch.
One more, all the merch and one more mock-up and one more, levitating, pieces of paper with shadows or whatever. So I hope that somehow it will die down, like George. But as for actual tips, I think that you should try to minimize the the dissonance that the jurors might have, and also maybe sometimes explain why certain decisions were made concerning the materials used, because sometimes it looks very nice and the quality paper and we unwrap it and it's foiled paper. So maybe this was something that you had to do because of technical constraints, and then it's worthwhile to just mention it and explain.
Juozas also.
Yeah. Also, funny thing, also it creates another effect for us which work with materials and structural design. Sometimes some agencies make some mock-ups or students make some 3Ds of packaging, then clients finds that and says, we want something like that, and it's impossible actually to produce it in reality with normal price, normal sustainability targets, and it's like clients says like, they did it, they're a big agency, they did that, and I'm like, this is not real. They did not do that, it's only 3D, they did maybe these two things, but those things are not real, so it also creates problems for the industry itself.
Yeah, so food for thought for everyone. Petro.
And for us, it's a problem because I think designers with the projects want to create the biggest impact with the work. But for us, when we are judging, it's about illusion versus delusion. Yeah. So it's when you have illusion that okay, it's amazing work and it will be wow, I want to see that. And you see the physical project, and if it's not the same thing that you imagine, I think you have the delusion, and sometimes, or most of the times, is worse because you have some kind of expectations about the work, and it's a delusion.
Yeah. So tip for the next year: don't think that these people are delusional and don't pay attention to the details. Because yesterday I saw Some of you just grabbing packaging, standing in front of the screen and basically matching the stuff and checking, oh, no, this label is completely different and this cap is completely different. So keep that in mind. Also, the light was a very important thing, I think, yesterday, because some of the packaging with the weird lighting looked completely different in the real room. Even the colors changed when we saw the real pictures, real products. So keep that in mind, producing your entries for the next year. We also talked about some of the work really embraced the e-commerce, some of them not. You had some ideas about that. So for the next year, we want to see more of people and more agencies embracing that and even maybe showing in the mock-ups how it looks among the competition.
Not in the mock-ups, but actual.
In the real stores, yeah.
Yeah, there should be a picture of the second projects I wanted to talk about. But yeah, this is about only one brand from Poland. Not talking about their design, whether it's good or bad. As well, you remember they delivered on the photos. It was glass packaging. We got plastic packaging, so it's even different packaging. But I think so they were the only ones who gave us the e-commerce box. And nowadays, a lot of health and beauty brands and even some drinks and other consumer electronics, they sell through e-commerce, and e-commerce packaging is very important. Some of them invest money into that design, and some of them not. So I think so this is very important for the brands, for the real, like marketing people who are judging like whether to work with this agency or with another. Is design important or not important? Can we increase our sales? So e-commerce is very important for a lot of brands. So we would encourage next year like more brands and more designers to include their e-commerce solutions into this NAPA contest.
Mm-hmm. Maya, how do you think? Should we also see how it works on the small screen, like on e-commerce on the mobile side or something?
Yeah, well, definitely, it's one of the things whether it actually works in that small size. So it's kind of like designing a matchbox, right? What are the details? And similarly to how we have to be true to the product that will arrive, right? Like we are the jury who can get disappointed or happy, but then thinking of the actual client who will pay their money, that's another thing, right? So, but I would say,
scam people.
I would say also like maybe not in terms of this previous topic of delusion, like maybe it's not necessarily about not making as nice of images, but just making sure that the actual product is just as nice as the pictures, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's get back to work and let's discuss some more of it. Next up I have Basker's beer, and I think Emilka really liked this beer. Not the beer, the packaging, maybe.
Unfortunately, I still have to try the beer, but I love the packaging. I think Camila, said it all and the story behind the design. So of course I didn't know this whole story so well when I was judging this design, but I loved it anyway. And I actually personally read even different elements in it. I think that because I'm a very big fan of typography, I love typography, and so when I see a design like this, where it's just the typography is the medium for the whole story, it's for me really enchanting. But I see in it also this delicate taste. For me, it's very sensual. So Camila said it stems out of research and very mathematical thinking on the side of the creators of this brand, but I also feel that somehow they managed to convey the designers kind of bubbliness and aroma and fruitiness of the beverages.
Yeah, I think kind of similar situation is with the Bubble Bob, and Pedro really liked this one, no?
Yeah, I like it because I think like this project show us like a different approach, because sometimes we have like an opportunity to create a story and with a product. So I think it's like the case of this project, because it's sometimes we don't have to create like a story about like our country or our local, but we can go further. You can go outside, and clear is like a language inspired in Japan or like in cartoons. And I think that for the audience, that is like the target young generations, is something that they can connect. They can make like a relation, and for that is like. We discussed this on the room. It was like in the room. It was like almost like a character brand, something that is a friend that is with the kids and goes with them like every time they drink. So it's like I think it's like an opportunity only also to create like a storytelling about like the brand, and that is why I like this project.
Yeah, I think in the room we discussed that we really built the world around it. Like the character was really developed with all the facial expressions and how it behaves in all the animations or in the packaging as well. So, do you think that the characters as such are dead, or are they coming back?
No, I think it's a tool. It's something that you can use in your work. It's something that's like typography, like illustrations, like everything. But sometimes you have to think about like how you can use it. How can be like something very special in your project. So it's what we are discussing about. Like it's very important to think before design and understand the problem, make research that we listen here, and make like the best project that you can do it, but with consequence, something that will be able to make like the difference with the client, but also with the audience.
Yeah, I think another project is about standing out also in the shelf. So Maya, you really like the Revenant kicks. Let's talk about it.
I'm just a sneaker freak, so.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. But yeah, to be honest, this one was the one that really delivered when we saw it on the table, like physically. So one thing is, again, the beautiful pictures and little things of embossing that look like it's nice in the pictures, but actually seeing it, it really went all the way through, from all the production details to opening mechanisms to using, reusing, yeah, as a system, as a design, it just delivered completely. So I would say that was the main thing.
Yeah, I think it was surprising for all of us that it looked the same as in the pictures in a way, except the dirt we had in some of the pictures and the video. Let's jump into Doza. Juozas, those us some of your insights about this one.
So I already spoke about e-commerce. So actually, my e-commerce comments was about this brand. So I could only add a little bit. Maya, we're talking about the designing for apps, let's say. So another thing for e-commerce, like when you design something, right, you think how it looks like alone, the product alone, or then you think how it looks in the shelf next to competitors. And nowadays we have another thing, like for example, you are a health and beauty brand, but you sell not only to your own shop, but you sell through, you know, like, I don't know, other shop like Amazon or something like that. And people are scrolling and looking at the product, so the packages are like, and the pictures are really small. So some designers and some designs are moving to that direction, thinking not only how it's going to look in the retail or at home, but how they're going to look in really small size. So that's why I call it like packaging app design, like some small icons or something like that. And a small comment about the character design. Mantas asked like whether we're going to see more of that. And you said it's a tool, and I agree. And I think so with new technologies and AI and digital printing, you already saw like in the shops, some big drink brands have labels digitally printed with a lot of names, like variable designs. So I think so characters with AI in the future, it could be a topic, because then you, like design agents, you could design a character system, then you work with the AI, and you could develop 2 million different labels digitally printed, really efficient, really cheaply. So I think so this tool is going to be used more and more.
Yeah, we also discussed not only about the small screens and bigger screens, but also about the shelves, because as I remember, yesterday we saw only one picture how the products look in shelves
in the retail.
In the retail, yeah. and we had some discussions how this bread looks in the shelf of the competitors, how these snacks look as a competitor. So, tip for the next year: should we include this picture, Emilka? How do you think?
I think it depends on whether it plays.
If it really stands
well.
out.
Yeah, if it stands out. If it does, then definitely I think it's a good way to convince jurors that there's something in it, because we are we are seated at a table where we are flooded with really great design. So it might not stand out among the projects that are there, but if it stands out among the competitors, I think that's a very valuable asset for the design.
Or maybe NAPA should require it.
Let's see. Let's see rule improvements for the next year. Also, just a quick mention for everyone. Yesterday we had kind of short discussion about the work which didn't arrive, which we didn't have samples to see. So this work automatically was moved just to stay in the shortlist, and we didn't even discuss if it's worth the metal in a way. So for the next year, if you're not planning not sending the sample, don't do that, because you're gonna stay just in the shortlist. That's it. So yeah, Juozas, you wanted to add something?
They could be in the shortlist because they pay money, so it's good for now. I mean, participate.
Money. Yeah, so keep that in mind. I think that's a really, really important thing for everyone. Last but not least, I want to jump into Hamas ish Bahamu, or the fug from Bahamas. George, you wanted to comment on this one. Is it relatable to you, or in any sense?
I think once again it's the disruption for me. It's a totally different approach on what we usually see on beers, at least in my understanding from Greece, that they're starting microbreweries is something that is growing very fast. Here you have a long tradition, as I learned, with beer. But especially in Greece, this is something so special. The details and the illustration and the form. If I can add something which is personal, it's that sometimes judges, at least in my perspective, choose things that they challenge their norms. I'm not that type of guy. For example, maybe I was the guy that will discuss about the legibility and argue. But I like to challenge, actually, myself, and I think designers should do that. And lean towards things that they feel that they are uncomfortable for them. This is actually uncomfortable for me, but I really liked the approach. I really envy, in a way, that someone thought that he could approach a beer in that way.
Okay. So before we finish, any thoughts regarding the category, which is the easiest to win? Because in some categories we didn't see a lot of work. So is it the opportunity to jump in and maybe win the awards? Pedro, what do you think? I think in the artisan category we only had one work, private label as well. Are these really categories we are not looking into, not we, but the designers, or?
I think it's the market, because if you have work to entry, you come into the NAPA, but I think it's not making a strategy to this year I can go for.
Some of them are doing that actually. I think so.
Yeah,
I know one agency for sure.
Yeah, even the international contest is the same, because some agencies that look next year I can go for this kind of work, and when they go there, it's you have a lot of work, because it's the market. You can make a label for a beer, and next year you can make a label for a wine for someone. But it's the opportunity. I think the best chance is always when you have the best work.
Okay. So as we are almost finishing up, and people are expecting something for the evening, can you all summarize the winners in one word? Every single one of you, just summarize all the winners in one word. Maya, you want to start? Sorry. You will never see me again, so keep that in mind.
Really? Why? Why not?
I don't know.
Well, the first word that came into my mind is sweat. So I
Okay.
would say you can sense some healthy sweat throughout the good work.
Okay.
Maybe delight, in a way that they delighted us and they make us, think, wow. We'd like to, like what George says, I envy that some designer did this in such a nice way.
Okay, George.
Disruption, I think.
Okay.
Disruptive.
Yeah, we saw from your choices that you really love that word.
I would say courage. Sometimes courage to be bold. Sometimes courage to be silent. Sometimes courage to be artistic. Sometimes courage to be really normal and boring, but it really sells the product and fits well. So yeah.
I don't know. I'm empty. I don't know, but sometimes one time I was young and I have like a present of a judge, a jury, and he said like, take the award or take the project that you want to go, you want to come with you like to your home. It's like something that you not only to the envy of to make it, but something that you want to come with you for your home. And I think it's like that when you have like we say always like we are saying like the best works, and you have like the big goals, something that you see is like okay, he's the best. But in some way, it's like the project that you have like the ambition to do it or to did it, but also the project that you want to go with you for your home.
Just one word.
Yeah.
One word.
You know Portuguese, so we have to check your luggage.
You'll never see him again.
One Portuguese. Saudade.
Yeah. I think we have to check your luggage before leaving. How many of the stuff you brought with you? So. Thank you everyone for coming in. Thank you for flying in to Vilnius. Some of you with some adventures also. I personally had a lovely time. I hope you too. And for everyone else, see you in the evening. And let's see who are the big winners or the losers. So see you around.
Welcome back, everyone. Please take your seats. And we hope you had a great lunch break and you are fully recharged for the second part of our conference. We have 3 more speeches to go. And now I want to introduce George Karayanis. He's a co-founder of Yolk, a strategy-driven design agency from Athens. In his role, he combines creative direction with strategic thinking, believing that strong design must be paired with measurable results. His studio has been recognized with industry-leading awards such as Penta Awards, Red Dot, and German Design Awards. And his talk asks a bold question: what if great design isn't what you think it is? Please welcome him on stage.
Labas. Let me start with a question. What do you think great design is?
Unique one.
Great, unique. You?
Functional.
Functional, great. Another one. You, maybe? Nothing. Why not? It could be this too. You, maybe? Surprised. Okay, my name is George Karayanis, and I am from Greece, and I want today to talk about what do we think about great design. And what you said, and probably what you also already thought, could be right, and at the same time could be wrong. And we will discuss about it. How do we learn what is great? I don't need that. How we learn what is great, actually. We learn from 2 pillars. 2 pillars shape the taste buds of designers. The one is education, and the other one is awards, which actually is what our peers say about design. And education, more or less, is about art, because we study graphic art, we study art of history, and everything around art. Also, the aesthetics and the balance, the forms, hierarchy, grids, contrast, slow, golden ratio, etc., etc. So everything we learn in the beginning more or less has to do about the foundations of art. And on the other hand, the other pillar is what the awards say, what our peers actually say, what they value, the design leaders we follow, and the industry leaders we appreciate their work and their thoughts. If we look a little bit about the criteria that usually awards set to their judging committees, we can reach to more or less a conclusion, a formula, let's say, that great design is an original idea, which has good aesthetics, and at the same time, it makes an impact. And more or less everybody agrees on that. Probably I could sit now, because I said everything. You agree with me. But I want to dig a little bit further. What is art, anyway? What is art? Let's talk about the 2 pillars we decide, and let's start about art. I have wrote a book from Cynthia Freeland, which is a philosopher, and it argues and discusses about art and how we understand, how we perceive art. Especially in our days with contemporary art, where a urinal or a banana tuck tape in a wall claim that they are art. How we judge that. I draw 3 pillars from their book, to help my argument. The first pillar is the context that shapes creation. You heard probably Pedro laughing at me because I was calling context again and again in the contest. So context shapes the interpretation we have about something. So a urinal in a bathroom, it's plumbing. But in a museum, it's art. The same, more or less, happens to our packaging design awards. I mean, we present them polishedly and very, very fancy presentations, but at the end, they end up in a shelf of a supermarket, not fancy at all. Furthermore, we discuss about taste. Okay, how we shape tastes? Taste, actually, more or less, a lot of research says that it's shaped by the social environment we live in. And let's see an example. If we watch a classical concert, we have a certain perception about that, and at the same time, we can listen to a concert of a heavy metal music. What we choose has to do with the societal environment and what we want to convey to others about our tastes, what is good about us, about the selections we do. Again, if we make that analogy to packaging, we can see that we can find designs that are more classical because they want to appeal to a different audience that values heritage, but to younger people maybe more minimal designs are also valued a lot. And of course, something probably you understand from my previous presentation, the talk we have with all the guys, it's about ugly. I mean, can ugly be great? Ugly actually means in terms of art, about breaking the mold, doing something differently, something that might be challenging in the beginning, but it's also could prove that it's beautiful. And again, the same thing applies more or less in packaging. We can see different look and feel and approaches on the designs that are also appealing. They are breaking the molds, and we like them. Let's see the other pillar, which is the awards. If we go through the criteria, as I said before, of big awards that we all appreciate, and we go step by step to the criteria they set, we will see that, okay, more or less they agree, but not totally. So what happens there? There are different approaches on what is good? Maybe yes. Let's go through the criteria. It's just an example from Panda Awards. Well, I have been invited to other also competitions in Greece as a judging committee. And always, sometimes I was struggling to understand some of what I was required to do. Brand expression. How actually we value brand expression, how we perceive brand expression. It was really challenging in that competition because I didn't have any knowledge of the local market and the brands here. Emotional connection. How my emotional connection towards packaging is yours emotional connection or yours emotional connection. The only thing maybe that stands, it's measurable here, it's sustainability design, but we never get that data. So we are called to judge something that actually we don't have real data. It's an intuition rather than a solid, concrete feeling. It is live, and I know that none of these organizations would call me again for a judging committee. Also, we see a lot of works that they have been awarded and they have failed. This is an example, an awarded work that never made it
very well to the market. The design award didn't help the brand to accomplish its what it had, the goals it had. And of course, something we more or less touched when we discussed with my other fellow judges is about that sometimes we are designing for trophies. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I have seen work that never was in the market. And this is sad, actually. I understand that we really need to get an award, but okay. It's not depends on our lives on that. Of course, I have to admit that I understand everybody. I've been there. We are not entrepreneurs. We are designers. So the only go-to-market strategy we have to find new clients is the awareness that we are going to gain from an international award. So we need an award desperately. But this is a cycle, actually, that we have to admit that we are playing in that cycle and our role in that cycle. So you receive an award, the award gets the media attention, the designers see the award in the media and, oh, this is the style now that is trending. I have to do something like that next year. Maybe I will win an award. And of course, we talk to our clients, we convince them, then we have again a saturation next year with so many similar works. And of course, the awards, because they are, as you know, organizations, they change the subject in a year, and we still keep chasing the new trend. I want you to think. Please stop and think now. Is this really what we are offering to our clients? Aesthetically pleasing images? I think you all agree that we offer design thinking. We solve problems. This is the added value we give them. We solve real marketing problems, real organizational problems for them, and we offer them added value. And my question to you is, why we undervalue this impact that we are doing through our work? And we are narrowing down in just the aesthetic part of that. We have to admit that design creates value, and value is multidimensional. It's not toward just one direction. There are a lot of researchers from institutions that they have measured in a way the value of the design. It's very easy to find them in internet. And they all have proved the added value that design, not only graphic design, but all the means of design, all the design thinking, the added value we give to the industry and to the consumers and to organizations. So design actually gives real measurable value. Why don't we communicate that value? This is my question. Why don't we communicate the value? We should, because actually the world is changing very, very fast, and we have some urgent problems to solve. I don't know if you are familiar with the global goals that was set by the United Nations. This is a set of goals about sustainability, about poverty, about hunger, about quality education, gender equality. All of these are actually design problems. All of these actually need us to give a solution. And the solution doesn't have to be just
something that looks good. Because designers, we have the ability, because we started to think like that, to understand big systems, how they work, where is the friction, how is the solution. And this is the added value we can offer. Also, another pressing reality is the emerging of AI. I know you are probably all aware that next month, in 3 months, in 1 year, they probably, we're going to see from AI very good illustrations, very good designs, very good layout. But what actually makes us different, that gives us the power, is the ability to spot the problem and make the right questions. You have to understand that. It's critical, and it's critical especially in AI. Because in AI, we put prompts. We ask him. The questions we set is the answers that we're going to get back. So this is the power we have, to set the right questions, to find solutions to emerging problems. And of course, that applies also to packaging. So I want to propose here, at least I just starting to thinking about what can I propose that? Okay, I said all this. What is my proposition here? I started thinking about a framework to find a system. And I started thinking about the 4 V's, I call it. The 4 V's of values, which the first one is the user value. What we design has to do about an end user. And we find a solution for that user to make his everyday life better, aesthetically better, usability better, and all things that an end designer or an end user waits from what we design. The other is business value. We design things for companies, and they have measurable results, certain results, revenue, brand awareness. They have so many measurable results from what we design. And of course, in our days, societal value is something that is very, very important. Our decisions on what we design actually may include someone or exclude someone. This is very important if you think about it. Someone can open a box, or maybe they can't. They can read the letters or they don't. And we don't have to forget about the planet. What can we do with a great design on a dying planet? The decisions we make on what we design, the materials we use, how the things are going to be built, and now we have also to think how they're going to be unbuilt, undone. It's something that really is in our hands. So I was starting building that thought of mine, and I said, for me, great design has these 4 pillars: user value, business value, societal value, and planet value. And I know that you are all disappointed. So I don't want to be misunderstood here. The powerful weapon we have in our hands is the aesthetics, actually. This is a tool we have in our hands that gives us also a big responsibility. Because I know that you probably hate mathematics, but I try to give you an example to help you, to put it in an equation, actually. So the value, the sum of the value we bring to the user, to a business, to the society, and to the planet, multiplied by the power of aesthetics, gives us the value we deliver through our projects. And if this is zero, okay, you don't like it, but if this is zero, what matters if we have designed something beautiful? Aesthetics is a powerful tool we have in our hands, and we have to use it with great caution. We have to amplify the result and the value our works brings to the society and to the environment, to the business, etc., and the user, in amplifying good and not amplifying bad. And we have to communicate that. We don't have just to stick on the aesthetic part. We have to communicate that what we are doing, it's not just nice. It solves problems. It gives value, real value. And we have to design, I think, under these 4 pillars, because I think that everybody here agrees that we have the aesthetics, but then we also have to reconsider each project again and again and find all the other 4 pillars that give real value. So, for me, great design is the design that moves the world forward, even a little bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have this really great tool to ask questions, and maybe you have any here in the audience you want to ask? We are very shiny here in the thing. Okay, but I have one. How has your definition of great design evolved over time?
I've been to all these stages. Probably a designer have undergone. I mean, I really appreciated the awards, and I was chasing them, and I really want to do something that will make me feel well in the client, and the client feels that he got something. But if you start designing and you start understanding how business works and how the world works, you should, I think, at least for me, put some values in that. It's not just being nice. It's about reaching some goals. It's about ethicals, and it's about the impact we have in our planet and in our society. And as I mentioned, designers do have that power. I don't think that in corporate environments they can understand complex systems. And they wait from someone that can understand how a big system works to give them some solution. And yes, through experience and problems, I got also a lot of awarded works that they didn't make it in the market. And I was wondering, what happened here? It got an award. Why they didn't understand me? Because that's the reality of the market. This is the added value I should bring, and I didn't brought it with an award.
And maybe even sometimes to help to pick, because now I think we have a situation where a lot of people want to create a lot of new things, and it's hard to have those 4 V's, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. But we
agree?
have to struggle. It's really competitive, and the environment is evolving, and I know we struggle, but we have to go further.
Again.
Thank you very
much once again. And now, moving forward, we will have Maya here on stage, and she's the design director at KID and associate professor at the Latvian Academy of Arts. She's known for her deep research approach and award-winning work across different sectors. In recent years, Kids Design's most significant projects have been created together with Stenders, the Latvian National History Museum, Lima Chocolate, and the Latvian Song and Dance Festival. So is there something left to say? Maya aims to answer here on the stage. Please welcome.
Yes, you can hear me. Okay. Oh, okay, much better. All right. Did you hear what I said? Yeah, so it's been an honor to come here, to be in presence. And when I was also invited to give one of the speeches, it really kind of did put this big question on the table for me. I was like, I know there are going to be these amazing design studios from Vilnius, from Finland, from Tallinn. I mean, what do I say? We have Pinterest, we have AI. Is there anything at all we can add to the discussion? And to be honest, I mean, it kind of put me in my own noise. I was really thinking there, I mean, I have masters in communication design. I should have so many things to say, right? And the noise, I realized, it actually is making myself really procrastinating. I was looking for all the different options, the different theories, maybe different little projects I could do meanwhile. Is there really anything? And it did kind of open up the whole question of my own perfectionism and my own wanting to always be the best at everything, and finding myself in this pressure. And I think it really resonated that in the context of the awards, we are, in a way, putting even more pressure, right? There's this daily pressure of, are we good enough as a studio? Am I good enough as a leader for my colleagues? Are we being, interesting enough for each other or for the industry? Is it a good balance of the fun projects or not? Do we have enough money in the account? Like, so much pressure, and really wanting to be perfect. It has helped me as a designer in terms of noticing all the little typos, all the little, oh yeah, there's a dropping conditioner here as well, So noticing all the imperfections, that is what makes us great, right? Like, that is why we're here celebrating each other's success, because we are very picky, almost anal sometimes, to the point where it's like, come on, it doesn't matter, really. So it is something that makes us good, but at the same time, we have to understand we're not the only ones who feel that way. So actually, our brand managers that we work with at the bigger companies, at the smaller companies, they have a lot of expectations put on them as well. Like, they have their superiors, the big, the big companies who own them, and then, the results and everything. And we, of course, we want to be the greatest. Like, we want to celebrate all the wins and just like say, yeah, we're the best. We're always delivering the greatest designs, and we want to celebrate. And we want to focus on that. But on the other hand, I think it's really important to talk about this in a context of awards, because we do expect a constant entertainment, constant fun. We want to leave this conference with, being so inspired. And if I look at the truth, I mean, honestly, it's still a lot of pressure. Like, what if I don't feel that great today? Does that mean that I failed? Like, what if this design that gets approved isn't the best one? So So how do we measure great versus good? I think has been something that we have been discussing throughout the day, and everyone has their different little ideas, and I think that what will actually end up leaving us with this amazing inspiration, right? But I thought maybe it's something else completely. Like maybe it's not necessarily about the most precious type details. Maybe it really is something about the process of how we create the design. Like what if we would evaluate the design based on where were we, what were we doing, what were we feeling, like how did we connect with our team? And so I want you to meet Kid Design, which is, I mean, they have no idea. They're all mostly here. They have no idea they're going to be on the screen. But I want to say that this is probably what I think is the most valuable thing to talk. So that's them making some wood stuff. I'm very emotional, but I think this is the greatest project that I've made, if I can say. So it's the process of being together and having jokes and having the daily life and, you know, just experiencing each other. And yeah, they're, I mean, my voice is really going crazy. So, yeah. I love you guys. Anyway, sometimes they even dress like each other. They had no idea. But yeah, so I think if we would, surprise, surprise, if we would evaluate what makes great design versus good, I think it really is how we spend our days making it. And what if the greatest design was with the most laughs or with the most closest relationships? And what if those designs that had the kindest comments through the process? And it doesn't mean that, you know, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have to, that everything has to be just super shiny. It maybe just means we don't kill each other in the process. Like maybe, you know, the client actually could say like, hey, you did a great job, and somehow through the process we all grow. And it doesn't mean that we don't need great communication or that we don't need great packaging. Like, of course, it's still important that the brand does speak or that it does have a particular message it wants to say. But if I used to think that the greatest brands are those who, you know, the secret salesman, it's kind of an old theory from, I think, you know, the first branding books, it's a secret salesman on the shelf. And it is still important, but maybe it's not the most important thing. Like maybe we can think a little bit of what it actually means to connect, and maybe to connect, it doesn't necessarily always mean that we're just speaking. Maybe sometimes we need to learn to listen. And if we would just do a quick Google search of, maybe I should just stand here. I mean, I wonder how would that influence if something would drop on my head every few minutes. Might be interesting. Anyways, I'm looking for ways to connect with the room. But yeah, so connecting perhaps is something different. And if we do kind of look a little bit at how can we actually connect through the process, through the project, then something that we've discovered that this language of touch is something that maybe is not only a love language for humans, but also for design. And so actually working on this presentation and thinking what I want to say, I did find that we have several projects where we have fallen in love with the idea of touch and as a visual language. And it's interesting that it actually is the first visual communication language of leaving an impression. And so I have 3 projects. You can argue whether they're actually a packaging project or not, but it's a drink, a book, and a room. And yeah, so just briefly, how we used the idea of touch here. And so first of all, the drink one, we worked with this small company from Latvia that produce these mixers for either alcoholic or non-alcoholic brands. And we kind of were thinking, well, how do we create this visual language for them so that obviously, you know, they also need to stand out and everything. And somehow we found that through the touch, like through actually crushing the ingredients themselves, we can connect actually with the product, right? Like it's actually the same thing that the producer does with the ingredients. Maybe we can do that too, and through that create this visual language of these unique patterns. And in a way, I would say that it is an approach of experiencing the product, and then that leads to the visual language. And obviously, again, we love to go into details and perfect them, and it doesn't go away. It doesn't mean that it's not important, but it's important that this organic feel for each of the labels is put in it. And maybe that is a connection that we can create with the client, with their product, with each other, because it was, again, one designer did the patterns, the other one did the typography, another third one thought that he knows everything, or she, and tells what to do. But anyways, this is an example how we can help a small little brand show that their product matters, and through that, we can make a great connection. So it really is about celebrating the process above all, and thinking about it. We also had a similar, but a bit of a different, I would say, a next level approach for a book that we recently did. And so here you can argue, is a book a packaging? I mean, it is packaging loads of information, right? So I think it counts. And so here we were approached, in Latvia we have this organization called Red Jackets, and they combine the most successful companies who do export, so meaning companies that have a great impression to the world, that are innovators, producers, different types of great companies. And so they wanted to celebrate it and invited us to do the design. And of course we got the content, and one of the things was also that the nature is going to be a huge part of the concept in terms of the content. Basically, the short premise is that you can take a Latvian out of nature, but you can't take a nature out of Latvian, if you can kind of say that. So we're very close connected to all things nature. And what we did, we actually decided that we want to make the heroes of the book also the heroes of the process. And so, again, working with the physical touch, looking for the visual language that we could create here, we made this little workshop where we invited a bunch of companies, a bunch of people who are part of the book. Their stories are part of the book. And yeah, it was really fun to see how serious businessmen, like they pull up their sleeves and put their ties in pockets and just want to get their hands dirty and kind of just take these red cabbages and beets and make these patterns and get really excited. And one thing that was really awesome is that not only it created these amazing artworks, but it also really connected them. And if we're thinking like, what is the main purpose of a product like this? It is, to grow these, to say you did a great job, like you really invested into innovation, and now you're featured in this book that's going to be a gift to different kind of foreign partners. But also it's important that you not only get celebrated, but that you connect to each other, you get to know each other. And I think they really did, some of them really found themselves, like this guy over here, I think he made, I don't know, definitely at least 10, if not more, of these prints. And he would like print again and again and again, and like got so excited and signed them. And it was just so nice to see that they became kids themselves. Like they connected not only to each other, but to themselves. And I want to say that even though if the book didn't come out, this already was a pretty big success. But the good thing that the book did come out, we took the best prints from the process and used it as patterns throughout the visual language to tell the stories. Obviously, in between there was the information about them as well, but yeah, so that's what came out. We used the impressions also for the cover, just to kind of have this tactile experience. And then a fun thing, I think maybe Lithuanians do a similar thing, but we put dill everywhere, like every dish. And some foreigners even say it's annoying. Like, why do you need to put dill everywhere? Like, so we thought, well, might as well put a dill in a book, you know. So we, literally took physical. We went ourselves, our team, to the the printing house, and physically cut and put the dill in each of the 800 first books. And I mean, obviously, there was a little bit of chance that they would just all get old and stinky, but it didn't. They dry really fast, so everything worked out perfectly. And so it was just a little bit of combining the function of telling the story of the nature of the people, of us. So, yeah. Maybe packaging design can do that too. Involve the clients in the process. Like, not only deliver, hey, here are these amazing mock-ups and this is the perfect way you should go, but really involve them, show them that they can be the designers, they can be artists. Like, every kid, when you were little, like, everyone was an artist, right? So we can still do that. And so finally, a third one is a room. Is a room a package? I mean, obviously, like, imagine we're all just little candies sitting in a big box right now. Can you imagine yourself? What kind of flavor would you have? Yeah, we're all sitting in a chocolate box. You never know what you're gonna get. But actually, it's quite a serious project. We did it together with our sister company, Magic, their strategy and also creative team. But I will show you the video first.
Vairāk kā pirms gada es piedzīvoju ļoti smagu brīdi savā dzīvē, kad es sapratu, ka mana mamma ir seksuāli izmantojusi vienu no maniem bērniem.
Šodien atklāja informatīvu kampaņu Lases starp rindiņām. Kampaņas mērķis izglītot vecākus par
Pirms nedēļas, kad atklāja kampaņu Lases starp rindiņām, šīs sienas bija vēl baltas. Šodien uz tām ir grūti atrast brīvu vietu.
Yeah, so a different type of package. No budget, just a room. We felt like we can create a safe space here, and with the help of volunteers who kind of helped to rebuild it a little bit, paint some walls. We think we did quite a good job, where literally it didn't ask much. We kind of just put the first strokes of helping to navigate through the room. The idea was that whether you're just a person passing by and want to leave kind of just a stroke on the wall of how you feel about this topic, or you know, you kind of maybe want to put your anger out on the walls, or maybe for the first time actually tell your story. And it was again a great connection for us with the team that we did, who were working on this project. You know, it didn't really matter what time it was of the day. We just wanted to to do it because we thought it's important. And it was 6 in the morning. I think at 7 o'clock the TV already came to do the first shots for the press, but that's when we kind of finalized the room. But the idea was that, we give a place, and it was pretty surprising. This says, "Trust me," he said. But from these blank walls, after a week or so, it was already pretty full. Some artists came to put their anger out. Others came to tell their story. The way it was kind of made was that in the beginning, it was just like, how do you feel today? Then there was an area where you could put out how you feel about the topic. In the middle, it was more dedicated to the actual experiences. And then at the end, is there anything we can do as a society? And then also we had a little room where you could talk or scream into a microphone. But it was really, really inspiring to see how just the blank room could give so much space for people to live through this. And the good thing is that not only it kind of sparked the conversation, but now until today, they still have these support groups. An actual action happened after it. So this is room, but I do believe that packaging can do it too. And we as a jury already discussed it today, showing that packaging can be as a platform. And let's hope we will see more projects like that. And so, what I want to say with this, maybe great communicating isn't always about talking. Maybe there isn't anything left to say. Perhaps we have to start learning how to listen to each other, to our team, to our clients, to our audience, to society, the problems of the environment, and all these things where we currently live. But I would say that connection, I could call it the 5th V of value. So if we can look back to our ancestors and see how they were searching for connection and not only connecting to nature, but to each other and to societies after them, right? Like some of these paintings still are there. So maybe some of the things that we create will still be there even after we are not. So I would say, first of all, find your own truth. If you're anxious, like I was last week when I had to put all of this together, be honest about it, and maybe through your own noise, you can find something great, and maybe it's great design. So please follow us on Instagram. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Do you have any questions? In audience, and of course you can ask it on Slido, and I will read it in a second. I just wanted to thank you. That I think it's a very important topic today, and you were the only one who talked about it today. It's about the team and feeling within the team, because we can't do anything alone.
No, nothing.
And a team, maybe a team as a design team, a team as a designers and clients. We all are in this together at the end. So thank you very much. It was very touching. And I have a question: how you navigate through projects that they would connect and not divide?
You mean the project itself?
Yeah, because I think that there are a lot of places where it can be it can divide, but what we need, as you talked, is the connection. Yeah, and I think that's quite a challenge.
It is, and we don't always succeed. There's sometimes we have to give each other feedback, hey, I wish you kind of supported me here or there. And I think, again, it is through learning and listening and through giving feedback at those moments. Sometimes we could give it right away. Other times, maybe it's already some minutes too late, and then we have to learn and try to do it again in the next project. But I guess it is the support and the just seeing how we don't leave each other alone. And I know even for myself, sometimes I feel like, some years ago, I would even make, sorry for anyone who I did that to, change the design silently or something. I think years ago I had more of that, oh, it's not perfect, I'm just gonna squish it a little bit. But yeah, it's communication, open communication. I think it's a learning process. And if we are open to that, I mean, within our team, we can obviously, we kind of form it. With clients, it's a bit more difficult. You can't always choose them, right? So, yeah.
But you can try.
You can try, yeah, through just staying kind. I would say just stay kind. Choose kind versus winning, so.
We have a couple more questions. Okay. One is, does the tone of green in Latvia book have a meaning?
Right, good question. It was actually partially related to the expo that we have this actually joint expo with Lithuania in Japan right now. There is this big wall that designer Arthur Arnolds created. And so because this organization Red Jackets, they're connected with the Latvian, I don't know what's the English, investing organization. Something like that, but they're connected with the people who also work for that. So at one point they wanted the book to be even more connected, like to have drops on the cover, something with the wall, and we were like, that's a bit too much. We have our own story here of the impressions and all of that. So the color slightly is because of that, but not the only reason. Obviously the nature, it's a nice color. I love green, I mean, many reasons.
Yeah, and another question. How would you describe a perfect designer? What are his or her values? Why does he or she goes to work every day?
Yeah, good question again. Thank you. Yes. Great work on making questions. Yeah, so I have the honor and the opportunity to also teach young designers at the Art Academy of Latvia, and I would say that really distinguishes the great students versus the good ones, is the ones who are open and flexible to change, like who can actually take feedback well and collaborate and maybe not be super rigid. And I think the more rigid we are, kind of just like I just want to do this by myself, leave me alone, and not want to be open to any collaboration, feedback, or anything like that. I think we're just stopping our own growth. Like, I know myself, I'm learning to surf for the past, 5 years, and the days that I'm more rigid, I will probably just get smashed. But when I'm flowy and free, and that's when the magic happens. So I think it's similar. Just have to just breathe. Just don't forget to breathe. It's the best design ever that breathes.
Don't forget to find ways to connect, I guess.
Yes.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we can leave it here. And now, last but definitely not least, we are going to welcome here a creative duo from Portugal. So Pedro Serro, I'm sorry if I'm spelling it wrong, and Pedro Mesquita are the creative minds behind the This is Pacifica, a studio widely known for its distinctive conceptual work. Their work and perspective have earned them invitations to judge major international competitions, speaks at leading design events such as OFF and so on. So welcome them to the stage to share what changes everything or nothing.
Hi everyone. We have the moments.
Maybe it's the green one.
Yeah, the green one? Yeah, okay. So, my name is Pedro Mesquita. I'm a founder and creative director from Pacifica.
And I'm Pedro Serrão, also founder and creative director.
So we are Pedro and Pedro, like a rock band, but...
I just want to say we're really happy to be here. It's just amazing. The festival team is amazing, and the talks have been really inspiring. So it's really inglorious to be the last one, but let's do it.
Yeah. So we have like this specific is our studio, and hello everyone, and we have like all the studio say hello to you, and after before I start speaking, I can show you how is our studio daily day. To have a nice studio, we need to have like amazing people, and this is our team. Our team is the three founders, like Pedro Mesquita, Pedro Serrão, and Felipe Mesquita. We have like also a project manager, and we have like three designers. And our studio is very relaxed between like the life, family, and work, but in some way we have like the right balance. Because when it concerns to work, we are very focused, and we push a little bit, like always, like the limits to have like the best time together. So we love coffee. This is me, Pedro Serrão, and my brother that stays home working. And yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So for the next slide, we. Every year we kind of make a little show reel with the work we've done through the year, and we always collaborate with a different musician or band. So this year was very interesting and funny because we found a band from Argentina, two girls from Argentina, that they are called Pacifica. So we just contact them, and they were really cool about using their music on our show reel. So we created this Pacifica reel.
Always, thank you.
Thank you.
It's always amazing when you can see like what you did in 1 year, but it's always like surprising for us because we are like a small team. We are 7 people, and we work, I think, a lot.
Yeah, but I think the secret is also like collaborating. It's one of our motto. So it's like we expand the team whenever necessary.
So this specific is an independent design and art direction studio. We are focused on strategy, thinking, branding, and graphic design as a core of a multidisciplinary practice. And our works is guided for principles of creative activism, aiming for tangible impact in the creations of brands, identity, language, objects, and products. So it's like this is like the way we present. It's always hard because it's always hard to talk about us. the work is easier. And what we do is also, we believe that design has the power to transform people, to transform organizations, business and systems, and more than a noun, adjective, or like a name, we need action in our work, and it's like a creative force to work, and in a way that you can change the world. And transform context along with a focus on the planet and people. He can define the kind of design that we did, or what we do, and also the way we practice. So we say that we are a studio. A Pacific is a forwarding studio because it's the way that we have to talk a little bit about our mission. Our mission is always like push a little bit more. Push the people in the studio, push ourselves to have like a best or like a better project, and think a little bit out of the box. Think about like not the obvious, but have something, or always like something different in our way to mix the things and chase like the new solutions.
So basically on this theme of good to great, we kind of tried to put together some principles that guide our work. The first one is like the crossing disciplines. Like when a project arrives in the studio and we have the opportunity to cross it not only on this motion, illustration, sound, more usual disciplines, but also like cross it with psychology or history or architecture. It's like we're really happy because we can learn a lot from the different fields of discipline, and it makes the dance more interesting. We also have animated GIFs there.
Yeah. We need more heroes and more superpowers in our work. So another thing is adding talent, because we believe that we have like a core team, but we need to add more talent to ourselves. And the idea is simple, because when you had more talent, and when we say we add more talent, is adding more skills that we don't have, like because all the design and all the creativity is from the studio, but we had more talent because we can have like more diverse. We can have like more originality, but we think that each voice matters and each skill adds value. So we think that when we sum the parts, we are stronger, and in some way we can make much better, and we can make more. So we are not so only cowboys. We do we have skills.
The third one is curiosity drives us. It was something already speak also in other talks, and so basically everyone in the studio has this different curiosity, even the music or photography, or even like collecting cans. Like I used to collect cans when I was little also. So it's these little things that we have a passion for that we then can express in our work. So and then can take us to more unexpected areas.
Yeah, better every day, because it's something like about ambition, about going further. And when we propose to be better every day, is aim to do something that we can improve that we did yesterday. So it's like a kind of Japanese motto, but in some way I think it's like the one target, one thing that is very clear in our minds is like going outside our comfort zone. We try to do different things, but with like the same belief that we want to do like the most perfect way, the most perfect way to do like the best work. So improving how we're thinking, how we're making, how we impact the world. So it's like the things that we believe to aim like a blow mind.
The other one, it's related to the team. as Maya spoke about previously. We are nothing about a team. So we try to create the most friendly, freedom ambient in the studio for them to, really, for everyone to really experiment and explore different paths. So, because we believe this autonomy, although we are creative directors, but we are not really on hierarchy from the other team members. So I think it's the best solution to have everyone really freely saying their mind. So that's what we believe, and hopefully they will all dance like this.
Risk and failure, because taking risks is part of our DNA. We test limits, we embrace the unknown, but sometimes we get it wrong. But it's like the same that how we get it right, because it's not the failure or the risk is something that we provoke, because it's something that we can bring us new paths, new ways to test. So failure is not the opposite of success; it's the path to do it, and it's like the way that we think about the process. We have some clients that ask us, how can we result this project? How can have at the end of the day, profits? And we say that we don't know, because it's something that is not mathematics. It's not scientific. It's about emotions. It's about humans. And in some way, we want to control that, and we want to control all the parts of the project. But it's a part of the creation. It's part of the process. Take some risks to find new language, find new results, and we have we have some clients, or most of our clients take risks with us to found or search new solutions. So we can survive after the failure, but yeah, we can go.
Yeah. So, and the last one is you have to be a little lucky, of course. After all the work and after all you've done, there's always a bit of luck on your team, on the talent that you bring, and especially on the client that lets you do some more risky, crazy things. So I think, altogether, I think.
Yeah,
you have to have it.
What I can say also is lucky. We work for the lucky. It's you have to, we have to work hard in each decision that we do in each project. But at the end of the day, you have to be a little bit lucky, because it's about a talent, a resource, a production, a client, and even an award. Because even time that we have our chance, our opportunity, we can grab an opportunity, we can chase an opportunity, but in somehow you have to to take the opportunity as a way to have a good time, a good project, a good work. So it's we are searching for that each project, and at the end of the day, we can say that okay, it was good, it was a great project, and the process it was fine, but the result is much better. Other thing that is our concern in the studio is about our legacy, because we work design every day, we work with clients, we have problems, we try solutions, but in somehow we work in a dirty business, and I think it's time to think that it's time to clean it, and for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So 2 years ago at our studio, we applied. And we got the eco-design certification. So basically, eco-design seeks to reduce environmental impact from the product's conception to its end of life. So this is something very usual, more in products, but not so usual in design services. So this is an European norm that since we have it, we have to apply this formal approach to the projects and this sustainable methodology to make it a certified project. Of course, not all of them make it for instance, they are not appropriate, some of them, but for instance, 2 years ago we got 3 certified projects, and then last year we also got 3. So, and the rule is you always have to be equal or more to keep the certification, so it's quite a challenge. But yeah, it's something that we really we are really onto it. It's like really. So
yeah, it's a kind of practical that we do in the studio, because in somehow we did last years we did for like I don't know, like it was like from our gut. Trying to improve each project in a sustainable way. But now we have like norms, rules, but we know that we can apply this in several projects, and we can start from the beginning at the ending, and we have like the project certificated.
Yeah, for each project we have to choose like 3 goals, like the global goals that George was speaking about. And yeah, we have to keep up with year after year. So we are Portugal's first certified eco design studio, but hopefully it's not going to be this for that long, and hopefully a lot more studios will keep up with this.
Yeah, we have like a subject from here is talking about a good design and great design, and for us it was important to show our perspective about like what is good design, what is great design. So for us, good design make things easier, and what is great design? Great design make things matter. So I think we chase like the great design, good design. I think we try for default. But we want to achieve like the great design, and what is good design could make things easier. But for us, it's very we have like this kind of rules that we have in our minds to have like we are aware about like what we have to do. So for us, good design it simplifies, it pleases the eye, it's reliable, it's trend driven, it delivers short-term results, it follows best practice, it meets the brief, and it's everything okay. But I think we have like something to say, but because good design also fades with time, fades from our memory. It goes away, and great design is a little bit different because makes things matter, but it reframes how we say, it challenges habits, it expresses values. It earns a place in a culture, it is principle-led, it builds a long-term influence, it sets new standards. But I think it have like an amazing detail that it persists in our memory, it persists with us. So it's like the works that when you are trying to record like something like a work that was like a challenge in your life or challenge in your design life is something that goes with your mind, and you can remember.
Okay, so basically to sum up, every surface is a chance to say something true. So basically, be it a packaging or a website, a poster, a new brand, like you have to really do your research and dig deeper to find a way to transmit and communicate its authenticity. So not louder, but braver. So design is not just an idea. Design is not just craft. It's a consequence. It's meaning. It's what we can really make a difference and impact the planet. So we have just 2 projects to show that they are like eco design certified. We're just gonna show them in a second, and I believe that they transmit well this idea of really having different levels, like idea, the craft, the aesthetic, of course, but also the meaning.
Yeah. We don't have any more time for, so we have like two projects. We brought like one project that for us is very special. It was the name is Brick Book, and Brick Book it's about like a book. Yeah, you can you can I guess, but it's all about like brick, and I can tell you a little bit about like the project. Thank you. Our client, Primavera, is a real estate independent company, and they challenged us to think about like a special piece that can represent like the building, the house that they did, with designed by the architect Manuel Lage Mateus. And for us, it was very important and very, it was a big challenge, because the brick was like the main product, the main material that the architecture used in the building. So they used like 300,000 bricks in the house. So we thought like, okay, if the brick, it was so important to architecture, should be like the same in the design, because we need to use lots of documents and elements that they collect with the construction. So what we thought was like making like some research, thinking about like the project, and the idea was having like a brick, but an empty brick with like a kind of top, like a kind of cover. And the book was like the interior of the brick. So what we did was like making like a book with like the same dimensions of the interior of the brick that fits just perfectly in the brick, and make like the structure for the book that can have like the same height, to have like the idea about like open a brick and see what is inside. So what we did was like, what we did was like,
you talked about this.
Yeah, about this project. We have like always like a sentence that the architect said to us, that inside of every brick lives the story of something greater, and it was like that inside of a brick that we did, where we create like a story of something greater. So the idea was having like use the craftsmen that did the bricks for the house in the south of Portugal. And use this expertise, this rawness, and use in our book to have like this kind of case that we built for the book. So the book explores the importance of home in creating and preserving memory. And from the bricks, we did like this special book. Another thing that we did was like creating like an emboss with a brand that we make. Like you can see, like almost the name is in Portuguese. In Portuguese, that's Casa de Tijolo, but tijolo is the brick. So you have like almost like the sensation that you are seeing like a brick. And we did like this emboss that goes around further the cover until the book, and until like the pages inside. We did like an amazing photo session with a friend of ours, Nuno Moreira, and the idea was present the book as a wall or like a part of the house. So we did like that, and the interior was made of the book. It was made with the same color that you can find in the exterior of the brick, and we built like we made like a structure for the book that goes about like a amazing text wrote by Hugo Gonçalves. We used some photos about like the time that they spent building like the house. Even the director of the movie that you saw before used some space to explain his view about like the house, how you can have like a singular view about like time, about materials, and it was for us like a very, very special project. The house is amazing, and it was inspired in like in a Roman houses that they have like interior patios, you know, and it is amazing building, and we have like the lucky to make this book in its memory.
Yeah, a lot of pictures. Okay, let's go. We have 2
Yeah.
minutes.
2 minutes, okay.
Okay, so the last one, and I think we're going to finish on this one, it's code. So code came from a thought that what if we could do like something really good for the planet, and so it asks this, it answers this question: what if a code could have the same environmental impact as a plant? So basically, we worked with Asgard 9, is a major denim producer in Pakistan, and we did a new brand. And part of the strategic rebranding was to do this innovative piece that could then be like a promotional piece sent to all the major directors, fashion industry, and so on. So to meet this challenge, we partnered with an advertising agency, also a friend of ours, Stream and Tough Guy, to develop the concept behind this pioneering project. So now I'm going to pass a video that really explains a lot of the projects.
Just imagine for a second, what if we can suck out carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and replace it with fresh oxygen by simply wearing clothes?
The purpose of making this garment of the future was to make something that lives, that breathes, that is in line with our concept of making a green planet and having a sound future for the planet.
Our photosynthetic coating is a living layer of photosynthetic microorganisms that we embed into textiles. What this means is that it absorbs carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and releases oxygen during both our production and the user phase. Essentially, we are providing a climate positive output for everyone that's wearing clothes.
At the same time, the idea was to demonstrate to brands, to all the people involved in the fashion industry, that we have the technology and that this can be done now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this project was really challenging for us, but the answer again is like collaboration. Like we worked with the Post Carbon Lab from London, we worked with people from Pakistan, from Portugal, I mean all over the world. And this project was actually started in the COVID. So when we started the idea of the code, we wanted to, just let me go through this. We wanted to create like a really special garment that had all this antibacterial, antivirus, and water resistant, like all of that. But then also to be like make photosynthesis, and this is of course the most challenging part of it, because they really had to put like living organisms, like doing their thing here, like so yeah, it was like an amazing challenge. And we also, what's also funny about this, I'm just putting a bit faster, is that in the end, I mean, this started as like more like a statement of the fashion producer, and then at the end, it kind of made also like an editorial for Vogue, and it became more like a fashionable garment. And we made like a great photo session with Federico Martins, a photographer from Portugal. And I think I'm going to finish just with this video that kind of explains the editorial.
for us, is these kind of works or kind of projects change everything for us, but for you could change everything or nothing. It's our way to think the projects, our way to have like a vision about like what we do, and at the end, it's about like us, about humans, about the way we see design and the way we work design. So for us, it's like also like an empty beach at the end. And feel free to follow our work in our Instagram, our website, and
visit our studio.
Yeah,
if you go to Portugal, Porto.
Yeah. And thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm coming here from sunny Portugal, I guess. Okay, we have a couple of questions, so I will start with, what do you think is the most important in the design process?
Oh man, I mean, it's the entire process. I think, I mean, the way we work, I think it gives it a little structure. It's really do research, and we do like the strategic part first. So I mean, I think it's a bit of a mix of all the elements we talked about here. I mean, it's really freedom to think. I mean, it's just the strategic part, the craft. I mean, it's really a mix of all of that.
Thank you. Once a little bit provocative one. Why delivering short-time results is a good design? Shouldn't we all try to deliver long-time results?
Yeah, I think so. That's why that's the goal, long-term result. That's why we put it in the great design, that part. But yeah, I mean, it's good. Yeah, I think it's short-term results doesn't mean okay we can make it great and have the short-term results and the long-term results.
And one more. Do you work with clients if they don't want to be sustainable?
Yeah, because it's true.
We have to for now.
Yeah, but I think it's not a problem. I think it's a part of the process.
It's a good question.
Yeah, because even us, we are making like a process about like the earth and the sustainability and the way you have like your life. You are having each one is trying to improve something in your life. Eat better, make more better decisions, and even the clients. So when we say like the process is our process, but when we have like a client who is their process too. So we are together, not in the front of each other. So the idea is having like the same kind of approach, the kind of courage. With the project and go further and can try to make something different. Even when you have to change your product to a sustainable way, it's like we are not like it's not like our limit. Is the way that we want to make like the turning like the business to that.
And I guess we are, as designers, are somewhat responsible to educate the client as well, to show the possibilities.
Yeah. Totally.
Okay, one more. About the eco design certification. Who gives the certification to become an eco design studio? I think we have interested design studios.
It's like it's a European norm. So in Portugal we have the APSER that works with very important people in Europe that do that. But I don't know really that part of bureaucracy. But yeah, we worked with APSER, that they are like association responsible for giving the norms. But yeah, I would recommend everyone in their country to research that.
It was our question at the beginning.
Who is going to do this?
Because it's like a national association or a national institution that gives like the certificate, usually for product, never for service.
Yeah, it was the first time.
Yeah, and it was like our idea was why can't be service, and we present our work, our process, and we start to work with them to have like the certificate.
So Eco Design Studio as a project itself.
Yeah.
It was completely, and it is ongoing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
And I have a lot of thank you to give now. First of all, a lot of thank you and a round of applause to all the presentations today and all the speakers who came and shared their experience and stories with us. Now, another huge thank you to all of you who joined us here today and for all your questions and your energy here in the room. Without you, there would be no point to do any such a thing. So thank you. Round of applause to you. And we have a lot of partners and supporters who supports NAPA Baltics. So Tech City for hosting us in this wonderful space. Thank you. Thank you for Utopia for extending the design exhibition into their venue for the entire coming week. It's free. Go and see and recommend to a friend. Delphi, our media partner, helping us to reach audiences far beyond this room. Reklama for shaping NAPA's visual identity with precision and high-quality printing technology. Linksmanadas, I hope you tasted it, for letting us appreciate packaging not only by its looks, but by its tasting. Kalba Plytos, our festival beverage partner for several years running. And now, I want to invite, of course, you to stay here for NAPA Packaging Design Awards ceremony. It starts in around half an hour. So let's meet here and celebrate the best packaging design this year. Ask everyone to gather here, come closer, because celebration without people is not a celebration. Yeah. I know that a lot of talks and nice conversation happens in the corridor, but please come here, gather around. So, yes, welcome to the 10th NAPA Packaging Design Awards ceremony. It's a huge day for packaging design creatives and designers and clients. And first, I want to take a moment to celebrate all the finalists, because whenever your name is called now or not, being shortlisted is already a mark of excellence. So we applaud your work and we appreciate it. And we heard a lot of beautiful things said about design this year. So I think that we all deserve a round of applause for all the beautiful design we created. Second, I'd like to thank our incredible jury. You see all them here, for all the hard work, the careful consideration, lively discussions that went into selecting this year's winners. And now I want to ask here on the stage with me, Algirdas Orantas, Chairman of Lithuanian Design Association, to share a few words before starting the party.
Check, check. Okay, so ex-chairman. Ex-chairman. Yeah, so it's...
Yeah, always chairman.
So, okay, it's the most stressful thing which I have in my life, it's saying speeches. So I always joking that the words which comes from me at this moment, it's not but it's unconscious words. So I'm trying usually not to speak too much and to tell essential things. So today I had in my mind few things. One thing is the lamp. It's very difficult to speak when you don't see the people's faces. So I want to see the faces of you all. So at first, thank you everyone who spent this day and this time with us today. It's a big honor for us that you dedicate your time being together. And also I want to thank all the people who came across the countries, from Poland, from Greece, from Portugal, from Latvia, Estonia. So we started this event 11 years ago as National Packaging Awards. It was national, and we wanted to have a jury which is not local, to be, to bring expertise from abroad. And after 2 years, like jury members from Latvia and Estonia said, wait, why it's only for Lithuanians? Let's do it for Latvia and Estonia. So it became NAPA Baltic. And after some time, like people from Poland, Ukraine, or Finland said, like, why are you doing just for Baltics? Let's do it for everyone. So we have now event for everyone, and everything starts from the people. So I want to thank all the people who was all these 10 years with us. It made a lot of friends for me, and I think a lot of people became friends of this event. And I also want to thank like founding fathers, so Gediminas Lašas, who is not here, but also Edvardas Kavarskas. Yeah. Like 3 of us was like the first team who started, pioneers. So, and I want to encourage everyone, and it's because of Lithuanian Design Association. We met everyone in association, which sounds like maybe not so sexy thing, but it's the place you can meet the people, and you can share ideas, and you can find collaborators. So, who is not in Lithuanian Design Association, please join. And you will meet a lot of friends, and I think maybe you will start the new projects and new ideas will come. So thank you for these people who was with us and also who organized this event this year. So special thank you for Edwina. Hey! Ruta. Where is Ruta? Behind the scenes. And curators who we have a big team of curators from Latvia, Estonia, Poland, and Lithuania who helps us to choose the jury members, the speakers. So thank you for them all. And I think that's it from me for today. And I want to invite Pedro on stage to give awards.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Again, I'll keep this short because I know you all want to see the winners. I think being the president here was president of the jury was very easy. Actually, I mean, all the jury, it's just amazing people. I really love to meet them all. I think the festival did a really nice job, like choosing jury like from different areas, like from branding, from structural design, for like more context of the project itself. I mean, it really made like the jury decisions a bit more easily, and I think. I want to thank actually basically a round of applause to all the entries. I think it's what makes this festival possible. So I think that the winners we chose, I think, really differentiate a lot of what we've been talking during the day, like the craft, the attention to detail, the typography, all that. I think you're gonna see that in the winning works. So yeah, I think that's it. Let's see the winners. Thank you very much.
A little bit of boring information before, but it needs to be said. So for every category, we will begin with the bronze, followed by the silver, and of course finish with the gold. And some works were submitted to the competition come from agencies where jury members work. So during the evaluation of these entries, their respective jury members were not involved in any way. And now, this is the funny part, because let's make this part of the day truly celebratory. Don't hold back, please clap, cheer, I don't know, do everything you can to celebrate best of the best, because the party is ours, and let's celebrate it like one. Okay, we begin with a couple of honorable mentions. It's quite new in NAPA, but jury thought that a couple of works were so nice that they need a round of applause. Yeah, we have two of them. So first honorable mention is for Ruta and Saldu kartu for encouraging student creativity and fostering collaboration with emerging designers. Yeah. Woo! Yes. And the second honorable mention is Extraordinary Ice Cream for turning packaging into a communication platform for meaningful causes. And a round of applause. And now, let's go to the first category. And first category is confectionery, snacks, and desserts. And we have a bronze in here. And first bronze goes to Maxi 7 and Dozen Agency. Do we have anyone here? No? Okay. Yes. Okay, one more bronze goes to, yes, Lithuania here, and Pencil and Lion for Biržų duona. We need, I think, music in this taking pictures. Okay, we have one more bronze, and here I think that Pencil and Lion needs to come back. Congratulations once again. Okay, now moving on to silver. And here we have one silver, and it's Dozen Agency for a product Joker's Drinky Extra Slice, Ukraine. So, yeah. Next category, prepared food. And here we have a couple of bronzes. So first bronze goes to and studio. And equal for Kauno Grūdai. Okay, second bronze goes to Brandcraft Oi, Chef Urban. And do we have anyone here to take the bronze? No? Okay. Silver. Silver in the category goes to Tomek Glowacki for raw. Silver is going.
I'll take them. It's okay. I deserve it.
Edwina has a lot of awards. Okay. And now we have a first gold. Okay, I know that you all want to hear it, and it goes to Son and Daughters. For AB Coffee, please. Woo! Now, yeah. Award is a must when you get the gold. Sorry.
No.
Don't worry. Come on. Prepare your speeches now. Okay. Non-alcoholic beverages category. We have one silver in this category, and it's Redcroft Bubble Bob. No? Okay, then moving forward, now we have low alcohol beverages category. And here we have a bronze. And the first bronze goes to Aku and Seafaring Series. Okay, we have two silvers here. So first silver for this category is going to Not Perfect Vilnius for IPA Day 24. Yes. And second silver in the category goes to Ant Studio and Basker. Now moving on to high alcohol beverages category, we have a bronze in here, and first bronze is Not Perfect. Vilnius Degtinė and Not Perfect Vilnius. now we have a gold in this category, so a round of applause for kit design. Enter Vetjin. Moving on to health and beauty category. We have a bronze in here, and the bronze goes to Motiv and Doza. Do we have anyone here? No. Okay, moving to silver. And silver is Dovilė Džervutė Laurinai. Laurinkienė, atsiprašau. Dovilė yra? Fum parfum? Ai, vat. Juozas atlėkė. Kas? Microphone? Here.
Dovilė texted me a few hours ago. They're in LA selling the fragrances because they're really popular. And she said, I didn't say anything to her, but she said, if we're going to win something, say thank you for all of the jury and all of the participants. So thank you from Dovilė and Aistis.
Woo! Really nice. Okay, others category, and we have a gold in here. And gold in this category goes to pin-proof packaging and Ingrida Kirkliauskaitė for Revenant Kicks. Woo! Private label category, and here we have one silver, and it goes to Etiketė for Iki Šefai. What?
Thank you for the jury for the very, very mainstream packaging award. Thank you.
Okay, now let's go to the limited edition, and here we have quite a few. A bronze, and bronze goes to Havas Creative Soma for Kėdainių konservai. Another bronze in this category goes to Kids Design for Stenders. As well, in this category we have silver, and it goes to Not Perfect Vilnius for The Thug from the Bahamas. And here we have a gold, and gold here goes to Evaldas Bubinas for Linksmonadas. Woo. And now, for the last category, which is new this year, I want to ask here the head of Delphi brand, Jurata Žuolytė, to announce the winner.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Here. Yeah. I've noticed designers don't like long talks, so I also keep this tradition. So before we heard opinions of our experts, it's very, very important, but I think the most important thing maybe is the customers. And Delphi brand reaches almost all Lithuania, so it's the voice of all Lithuania. So our awards, our readers and not us. It goes for marshmallows. Yes, yes. And awards are a small gift from us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro, for helping us out. Thank you, everyone who came here. And to close the ceremony, on behalf of the Lithuanian Design Association, we want to thank everyone who participated and contributed to today's event, of course, and to those who will continue the conversation behind it. A huge thank you to our key supporters, the Lithuanian Council for Culture and Vilnius City Municipality. Thank you for Tech City for providing not only the venue, but also genuine support throughout. Once again, thank you to all of our sponsors. You make this event happen, and I'm so happy to be a part of it, to celebrate with you better and better design every year. And now unofficial party starts in San Diego Bar, so let's move there and celebrate best of the best. Woo.